Gotta do it manually, don't I? 1 more minute. I hope you're doing well, Cryptic. Alright, it should update in a second. There we go. Tired but good? Well, that sucks that you're tired, but I'm glad you're doing well. Alright, yeah, so we're gonna be doing Demonfish Dead Ahead. There's some things I want to do to the first level. And then I'll probably start or go back to doing the tile swapping for the last level. But yeah, there's gonna be an ad starting soon. After the ad, we'll be ready to go. Taco Crepe, you got first. Welcome in, Taco Crepe. Everyone should check out Taco Crepe and Cryptic, by the way. Both fantastic people. So that's the ad, and we'll be starting soon after that. Are you on Gremlin time, or did you just wake up? Honestly, I woke up and joined your stream, so I'm on Gremlin time. You know me. Although Taco Crepe is a much better streamer. Jeez. Nah. You're both great in my book.
Hadouken!
Oh heck yeah. Yo, Cryptic. Yeah, I'm on the Gremlin hours. You know, sometimes it can't be helped. I don't know what happened. It just kind of flipped all of a sudden. I think I woke up at like 11 today and 10 yesterday, so yeah, it's about an hour a day drift at the moment. On Sunday, I stayed up for like 20 some odd hours, 23 hours or something. Was it D&D's fault? That might have had something to do with it, but I was already drifting at that point. That's why I decided to pull an all-nighter instead of trying to take a nap. I think yours really shifted like crazy. Sometimes it does. I try to keep it like chill. We should be back from the ad. I try to keep it chill, like when it's like at a normal time, I try to like hold on to that. So it usually lasts about a week or so, and then it starts shifting really fast again. And like, yeah, I don't know. I sleep a lot. I have no problem sleeping for like 11 or 12 hours, especially if I've been up for more than 16. So, anyways, so we're in Demon Fish Dead Ahead in GB Studio today. And by the way, Taco, yeah, that was a fun stream. I liked watching you draw the froggies. And also, congrats on getting 500 followers. That's really awesome. I'm not even there yet. I think I'm at like 4 something, and been at it for years. So it's very awesome that it's come to you this quickly. It's always good to see someone grow really fast. And you know what else is cool is that Twitch kind of keeps track of that stuff. So when it comes to offering you a partnership, they'll look at how quickly you grew your following, and that makes a difference. So I have a feeling that this is going to happen sooner than later, you know. I watched Peanut get a partnership pretty quickly. Like, she had been streaming maybe 5 months before I found her, or so, 5 or 6 months before I found her. But within 6 months from, or maybe like 7 or 8 months from when I started following her, she had our partnership. And yeah, she already had like a pretty big following when I found her, but she kind of just kept on blowing up exponentially, you know? I'm surprised how quick I am considering how inconsistent I am with streaming. I think it helped a lot that I had a following before streaming also. Yeah, probably helped a lot. I think in your case, a lot of it probably has to do with not only because your content's great and that you're a great artist, because obviously you're like, your whole color palette thing and like just the general art, like it says like, hey, check this person out. Like, even if you're just seeing the thumbnail, it's like, hey, look at this person. But also the fact that you're like really embedded in the community with the pixel art community now, and the Twitch pixel art community especially. Because I see you in everyone's chat, you know, and you know all the people, and that's really awesome. I mean, it takes effort, and it's a job in itself almost to be that social. I fail at that for sure. It's something that I like tried to make an attempt at, but I'm just not that social of a person. It just doesn't work that way for me. I need like personal time to recharge, and then it's like, just trying to think of something to say on Discord or on the Twitch chat is like excruciatingly hard for me. It's funny. Skill level off the charts. Yeah. So are you working, Cryptic? Also, Taco, how was your errands? Did you have good errands? I think I need to do errands after I stream. I'll pretend that it's nighttime, but it'll actually be the daytime. So I'm actually standing at my desk right now. I switched things up a bit so I could stand, which is actually like the first or second time I've done this in like a year. Since I moved in, I've just been sitting this whole time. But my back's been doing something weird, because I've been sitting a lot and laying down and playing games a lot. Doing end of shift stuff at the moment. Okay, well I hope the shift wasn't too bad. I got my property taxes in the mail yesterday, and I think I'm gonna need to get a job because it's like $4.6 thousand due at the end of the month, and I'm like, oh, okay. Looks like I should probably get some work done. Did all kinds of errands. Did all the errands ever in existence. I'm kidding. I had to buy something for dinner prep earlier and just had to babysit the rest of the day until dinner time. Oh, well, that's kind of you to do. I mean, unless you're getting paid, then it's not as kind. But still, I'm sure, you know, if it's family, then you're probably not getting paid. But hey, dinner's like payment in itself, right? But yeah, if you're buying the prep for dinner, then I guess that's less payment. But anyways, yeah. So the thing that I wanted to do on this level is make it so the boss unlocks when you get all of these things. And then I'm gonna have to change it up for the demo mode, but that's okay. It shouldn't be too difficult. So what I can do is I can look at how I did it here. Also, I'm gonna need to wait. Okay, this is the demo world. That's right, I made a separate thing for the demo world, and this is the regular world. I can look at this one and see what I did here. So we've got if boss 2 is enabled, pack. Not enabled, display something lurks below. And then also on initialization, we set the sprite to a whirlpool if the boss isn't enabled. And if it is enabled, then we enable collisions and set self to active. However, if it's dead, then we disable the collisions and deactivate itself. Also, we set the sprite sheet. So there's a couple things that it does. Wait, is your tax not dealt with escrow through your mortgage? So I don't actually have a mortgage. So I just pay the taxes. So I really can't complain too much, but it is a lot. And I didn't know how much it was gonna be, so. But I guess it could be worse, right? I could be in Illinois. Taco says, my niece lives with us, and her dad is on a graveyard shift, so he's asleep, and her mom works throughout the day, so I'm the unofficial babysitter. And also, I have Legos that she plays with a lot. Well, that's cool that you got the tools. Gotta have something to distract them with. But yeah, honestly, the fact that I'm not paying a mortgage is the only reason why I haven't gotten the job yet. If I had to pay monthly, like, mortgage payments, I would be like, I would have given up on this dream a while ago. This dream of Pyrotoad making some money, because it didn't really make much at all. But that's okay. I still want to put out Demon Fish Dead Ahead and continue what I'm doing. I'll just have to do it part-time, I think. Or maybe find part-time work. I don't know. You're making me a Pyrotoad. But yeah, I mean, I can't complain too much because the people who play it really enjoy it. And a lot of my friends bought it, so I'm really grateful. Of all the support that Pyrotoad has gotten. I kind of knew that it wasn't gonna do like bonkers in sales because Steam is like not really a good platform for precision platformers, if that makes sense. Newgrounds is, but you can't sell games on Newgrounds. So in a way, we're lucky that we got what we did because we're almost at 10,000 views on Newgrounds. We're at like 9.8 thousand views on Newgrounds. And it has been slowing down as we're going lower on the featured games list, but we're still on there, which is pretty dope. Is the game dev job market bad right now? Because you have more than enough experience there. It's true, I do have more than enough experience for most jobs, and yes, the game dev job market is kind of always bad, unfortunately. Is it worse now than it was before? Probably, because there's been so many layoffs and so much downsizing. However, having the experience isn't always enough. So a lot of times what they want is like specialized experience, and it's kind of ridiculous. Like I was looking at a job application today. I didn't apply, but I thought about it for this company. Trying to remember what they're called. Third Cartel. I don't know anything about their games. The Third Cartel. All I see is job listings when I look it up, which is not a good sign. I'm trying to do a little search here at the moment. I see a Facebook page. Maybe we could look at that. Uh, 194 followers. Is a media production company based in Southeast Michigan. Is this even the right thing? I think it is. Anyways, they were saying $20 to $60 an hour and 6 to 20 hours a week. And yeah, I'm overqualified for what they're looking for, but also underqualified because my portfolio is not geared to the specific thing that they want. Granted, I could apply and they might be okay with it, but chances of me making as much as I made at Nuke Pop is very, very slim. Also, like, the hours and stuff probably won't be the same because I'll just be doing, that would just be like an environmental artist job, which, don't get me wrong, I did that for Nuke Pop, but I also managed the team and also did some of the game design and programming and hiring and pretty much anything that they needed me to do, right? Because I was basically managing a lot of that studio. Mostly I was managing the team, but whenever the studio owner needed help with anything, I was like the first person that he checked in with. And yeah, unfortunately, a lot of the decisions that the studio owner made, I feel like kind of prevented us from keeping up as a studio. I think they were trying to do a lot of things that that looked good in their head, but didn't really work with Steam as well as they were expecting. So I don't know. It's just one of those things. Oh, I found their LinkedIn. High turnover rate is not good. Yeah, so a lot of people quit because they don't pay enough, is what I'm seeing on Glassdoor and stuff like that. So I don't know. Honestly, I didn't dig very far today, or at all really. Just kind of scratching the surface at what remote jobs exist. Because there's really not a lot of game dev jobs in Oklahoma. There is a studio that actually had a successful game just recently, and I go to their meetups and stuff like that, but they're not hiring, I don't believe. It's just like a small 3 or 4 person team, and they've kind of already got everything they need. Also, it seems like their big success wasn't even that successful, so you know, that's kind of a little bit of a red flag. But what was their game? Something Into the Arctic or something like that. Arctic Awakening. Sorry, I was close. It's basically Firewatch in the snow. But yeah, the devs live in Oklahoma City. They have a studio in Oklahoma City, and I'm in their Discord that they run for like the Oklahoma City game dev group, but I feel like they're probably not hiring ever, and if they do, they probably don't hire from the Discord. I don't know, I could be completely wrong. I haven't really spoke to these people. They're kind of quiet. They are the moderators of the Discord, but it's like a Oklahoma City game dev Discord that they just, I guess they were the biggest game devs in Oklahoma, so they threw it together. And the game looks cool. I mean, it's kind of expensive. Of course, it's on sale, but yeah, $25. for an indie game, a lot of people were like, eh. Also, they had like a news article in Oklahoma saying like that it was a successful game from a developer in Oklahoma City, and then you look at the reviews, and yeah, they're very positive, but 200 reviews is hardly paying for development, is the way that I look at it. Granted, it is an expensive game, but I'm pretty sure they've got 4 or 5 people that worked on this game, and they all need to get paid. Not to mention they got to keep the doors open. But yeah, games are just not selling that great right now. The COVID bubble has burst as far as the game sales increase that happened during COVID. That's no longer a thing. One game dev I'm following quite recently worked on a game for 1.5 years and was hoping they get more traction on launch, but it wasn't that much. Yeah, that has been the case. You kind of just have to be happy with what you get, and also like have a backup plan. You have to have like a backup plan right now, and it's kind of sad. Like it's kind of the same that it's always been. Don't get me wrong. It's just that like it's like the lottery, except that depending on how many people play the lottery, like your chances vary, right? And also depending on how good your game is, how many games you have, what those sales were like. It's like a lottery with like a lot of variables. So it's a little bit more variables than a slot machine. It's not completely random. Not only do you have to like finish the game, make it good, do the marketing, and all of these steps, right? You have to do all these steps and jump through all these hoops, and then it has to be successful. Like, you can't get a success without most of those hoops being jumped through, but jumping through all those hoops does not guarantee a success by any means. It's very much you're at the whims of the market and what people are spending money on, what people are talking about. Really, that's the biggest currency in game development is are your friends talking about it? For instance, I bought a game called Vane that I played on Saturday, and the only reason why I bought it was because Indiana Crones was like, hey, I'm playing Vane, if you want you can play on my server, I've got a dedicated server for it. I'm like, well shit, if he likes it enough to have a dedicated server for it, it's got to be pretty good. Oh yeah, that was a cool game. Yeah, I was enjoying it. I've played like 17 hours since I bought it, so but yeah, that's part of the reason why I feel like I need to get some work done today. But yeah, this studio looks like they're good people, but oh, my graphics acceleration is turned on apparently. I mean, this dev team looks cool and all. This just doesn't seem like they're you know, doing well enough to hire on someone or anything like that. I don't think they're even looking at that kind of thing. I think they're just trying to hunker down and slim their costs like every other studio out there. And honestly, that's the only reason why I've been able to keep going, is because I've been able to do it all myself, right? For instance, on Pyrotoad, if Johnny would have been paying me per hour, there's no way the game sales would have come close to the hourly wage that I would have charged him. Like, and that's unfortunate for sure, but the game wouldn't have existed the way that it does had I not said, yeah, we'll do it for revenue share. Which probably wasn't the best business move, but I wanted to work with them. We gained some things from the project, just it wasn't like a monetary gain. I don't know. It's just one of those things. Anyways, yeah, this game looks interesting. If people want to check it out, it definitely looks pretty cool. Some of the reviews aren't great. It has a lot of very positive reviews, but I was looking at the negative ones, and it looks like There's 25 negative reviews, which doesn't seem like a lot, but they've only got like 200 something. So that's, I don't know. A lot of people think it's boring, and the voiceover is too repetitive, which is unfortunate. That it doesn't do some of the things that it tries to do as far as games that it's trying to kind of take inspiration from. I know it's not very reasonable, but I wish the hard work that was placed on making a game was always validated by numbers, because it's really not easy. Yeah. And honestly, like, I hear what you're saying, and as someone who doesn't make games, like, it's really easy to see like that it's difficult. But as someone who makes games and has been doing it for I don't even know how long now, it's a lot more difficult than you would expect as someone who, I mean, yes, everyone knows that it's difficult, but it's a lot more difficult than you could possibly imagine. And I'm not saying it to be like, oh, it's so hard. I'm just saying, like, this is the truth. And like, I don't know, for a long time there was like this kind of rhetoric of like, hey, you should play games, or you should make games. It's not really that difficult. Everyone can do it. The barrier of entry is lower than ever before. That does not make game development any easier. I mean, granted, don't get me wrong, it makes using an engine easier, it makes finding the information easier, but actually making a game that's successful is still very difficult. It could be more difficult than it was before because there's a saturation in the market now. Not to mention, the bar has been raised. In fact, some game developers were warning me about this when I was working on Retro Spaceball. They're like, oh, you should just finish Retro Spaceball right away, because by the time, like, if you take a few more years, this game's not going to be as exciting as it is now. And that's the truth. If people look at Retro Spaceball now, they don't see it as like this exciting, like, what the heck is this? They see it as, oh, that might be cool. Or even, you know, someone who knows the indie market might be like, oh, that's kind of like this game, but a little bit more like this game and like this game, because there's a whole bunch of pinball likes out by now, which wasn't the case when I started Retro Spaceball. Me trying to learn Godot last week made me realize how difficult it all is, even more difficult than I thought it was. Because I knew it was difficult, but not that difficult. Yeah, 100%. So many difficult things to deal with that you wouldn't expect. Fucking light leaking. Working on 3D games sounds 3 times more horrific. I couldn't even get a kill zone to work right when I was writing a script, so I deleted everything and rewrote it, and it worked. I don't know why it was working. Yeah, so that's like... that's the worst type of bug fix, is where you change a whole bunch of things and you're not sure why it started working. I know that feeling, but it happens to everyone. So like, don't feel too bad about that. I am probably one of the worst, like, programmers, quote, programmers to learn from, because I just do things, and like, there are reasons for why I do things, and they're kind of convoluted in what a real programmer would think, but if they work, then they work, which is what a lot of programmers will say in the end. But when it comes to like fighting over jobs, they're like, no, you need to do it this way because this is more optimized and this is better and this and that and the other, and you know, you gotta use these fancy programming terms. And if you don't do that, then I should get the job, you know, kind of thing. When reality is, if it works, then it works. But yeah. And Cryptic, on the light leaks, you might be, I don't know how this will affect you, but I was playing Vane, and there's some light leaks in that game too. Granted, I had my settings turned all the way low, so maybe they're better if you turn them up. Also, it's made in Unreal, and also it's kind of a janky game. And it has like a notoriety for that For instance, I was telling Electric Mindset they should play it, and they played it, they liked it, but they're like, you know what, I can't justify spending 30 Canadian bucks on a game this janky. And I was like, I get that, it is janky. Of course, it's only 20 American, but it is janky. The meme that goes, it doesn't work, why? It works, why? Exactly, that is a thing. I had a really good meme and I forgot it. I don't know where it went. It might be on my old computer. But it was like different programming techniques that you shouldn't use, but everyone does use, especially when they're starting out, kind of thing. And I just like go down the list of those. Like my biggest one is try different things until it works. Which is like the longest way to do something. But like when you're all out of ideas, that's kind of the only thing you can do. I want to select this guy, not that guy. Alright, so if boss 1 is dead, and this one has enabled. Alright. So it's a little bit confusing. We'll have to change it up a bit. Because yeah, all this stuff still needs to happen, but alright, let's start with on init. And honestly, I'm just gonna copy these. And yeah, we'll leave that there for now, but we'll... Oh wait, actually, we probably don't need this one then, because this is still the same. We'll just throw that underneath, and then we can delete this one. Oh, and there's an ad. That's low-key me with art. Yeah, honestly, it makes a lot more sense with art than it does in programming. And that's probably why I gear myself in that direction when I'm programming, is because it's so much easier to do that with art. Because you have eyes in art, right? You have eyes, and your eyes develop, like, instinct. Like, you have this instinctual knowledge of, like, hey, this works. I don't know why, but it works. I can see it. It literally looks good this way. Like earlier you were saying, that kind of slaps, right? On the free run upshot. And you, as an artist, you see it and you're like, wait a second, that's gold. With programming, it's not like that. With programming, I mean, I guess if you're like really good at like visualizing code in your head, you can be like, Eureka, without even seeing anything, and be like, I'm gonna write that into code, you know? But like as a visual person, like that shit doesn't really happen to me very often. Like it does happen to me. I'll be like, oh, I could try to I try to visualize all my code, which helps sometimes. Other times it doesn't make as much sense because it's like numbers and math sometimes. I end up trusting the internet a lot, and then trying things, and if it doesn't work, then losing my trust and trying other things. Like I was trying to explain how I do the text on these text boxes where it says how much health each enemy has. I was trying to explain that to someone who didn't understand how to do it. There's the ad. Or is the ad over? No, the ad's over. Yeah, I was trying to explain that to someone who doesn't know how to do it, and it was like really hard for me to explain it because honestly I don't really know. So like, which one was it? Health UI. So here, and it's still up here. I know exactly what I need to do. I need to get the values from the other values. So what I do is I say that I have like a placeholder value, the UI integer, and I give it the player health integer. And then I do math functions on it, and then change it to the UI ones, the UI tens, and the UI hundreds. So that way I have a hundreds, a tens, and a ones place for each number, right? And then from there I can swap in the number over the tile that's there. But the math part is what gets me here, right? Because this percentage sign is a modulus. I don't know what the fuck a modulus is, but it does what I need it to do. And then here, I'm getting the modulus again, but then I'm dividing it by 10 to get the tens place. And then to get the hundreds place, I just divide it by 100. However, GB Studio doesn't have decimal points, so you don't have to worry about that. Where if I was doing this in Unity, I would have to like round the value, which there's some way to do that, but it's like math stuff that I don't really know, so. I really want to learn GDScript at its core, so I know the things I can push and pull around. But I think as someone that has zero programming knowledge, it's going to take a lot for sure. But it seems fun. Honestly, I don't know much about GDScript. I was looking at the script I use to make the executables for my GB Studio games, and like I can read it, but I don't think I could write it. And honestly, not all of it makes complete sense to me. I'm just kind of glad that it works. But I would love to learn more about it. That way I could like, cause like right now there's like a menu, but it's like close game. That's like all it says on the menu. So if you hit the escape key, it'll close the game. But like it would be cool if there was like a menu to like change the borders, right? So you could do like artwork on the borders instead of just like black lines, or a UI button that says like controls, and it puts up an image of what the controls are supposed to be, that kind of stuff. And I know that stuff's possible, but I was trying to learn it really quickly and I didn't get very far. I'll probably try again for Demon Fish Dead Ahead, but yeah, it kind of gives me a reason to start learning Godot. Because otherwise I just go to Unity. I still have daydreams about working in Unity. I really want to learn how to use Photon, which is something that I've been like trying to figure out for a while now. Back in like 2019, I did a game jam where I made like a VR game called Dodge People with a group, and it actually went over really well. We won an award at the game jam, and this person that worked at Sony as like a VR playtester there was like really blown away about how much we were able to accomplish in the 48 hours. But anyways, at that game jam, there was another team who did a online multiplayer game in the 48 hours, and I was blown away by them. I was like, holy cow, how did you do that? In my mind, they probably should have gotten the Technical Achievement Award, but because VR was newer, we got it. And a lot of people were like, oh my god, it's VR, there's a VR development thing going on at our school, kind of thing. And I was totally blown away that they got a networked multiplayer game to work in 48 hours. But I guess if you know how to do it, then you know how to do it, which is what we did too, right? It's not like we had a developer on the team that did VR stuff for their job, so they knew exactly how to get it set up really quickly, and then we could tinker from there. But yeah, it wasn't like an amazing game or anything like that. It was kind of fun. I think I have a video of it. Oh, I clicked the wrong button. Let me find it on YouTube while Ableton loads in the background on accident. Oh, that's right. It's not listed, so I gotta find it through my own channel here. Ableton loaded. Content. What am I looking for? Here it is. Dodge people. Oops. Another game I did voice acting for. Anyways, this is the only clip that exists. The developer who did the VR stuff of it put it on her itch page, and she's since removed it for whatever reason. Probably because she didn't feel like it was up to her standards. I still have a copy of it, but it's like, I don't know. Technically, there's a way to play it without VR, but it's you pretty much need VR to experience it. And, oh, and the melodica is mine, but I didn't play the song. I tried, and then I ended up giving it to the woman who was the VR specialist person. But yeah, I did a lot on this one. I did the scoreboard. I did the voice acting. I actually did the level as well, like the environment, all the textures, except for the texture on the person. I did do the animation for it, but yeah, we ended up using the model from ZBrush that comes with ZBrush. And I actually had trouble with the rig, so I ended up just making its arms move around. And it kind of made more sense because then they like were more ball-like, I guess. They were actually capsules, right? And then we had this problem with them just like rolling. So I was like, well, just put like a little nodule on, put like a second capsule, so it like hits that nodule and like stops rolling. They're like, that's a good idea. I have a family. No. Yeah, but it was wild. It was wild. Freedom. Oh, are you off work? Is that what the freedom's about? But yeah, it was actually that girl's idea, and we were like spitballing with like a whiteboard, and that was the idea that everyone liked the most. So we kind of ran with it. I did the same thing the year after. I got a group together and went to that school to do another game jam without the VR person, and it did not go over as well. I think I actually have a video of that one too. This was a date with Corlexa.
Hi, I'm Corlexa, your personal smart home artificial intelligence unit. We've been living together for a while now, and after what you said last night, I think it's about time we take our relationship to the next level.
So real quick.
Good morning.
The girl we asked to do the voice acting decided that it would be better if we used like a robotic voice rather than her trying to sound robotic. So we went with that instead.
I took the liberty of clearing your schedule today.
This was before AI.
I also sent a notice to your employer that you will be working remotely.
This was like 2020.
So there's no need to leave the house today, or in the future. Now we can spend some quality time together. I was thinking we can turn this room into
the character model.
I'll send you some wallpaper.
The character model was like from Mixamo, but we wanted to use mocap because someone on the team had their own mocap suit. and this was their first time like really using it, and I ended up having to do the cleanup, and as you can tell, it just did not work very well.
And music?
And it set us back.
With that fursuit in your closet.
It set us back so far that like we just made her continuously walk. There was no like stopping and starting of the walking.
Did you wash your hands?
The best programmer on the team, we had them do the camera for almost like the whole time. And they were like, oh, you know, this will be easy. I'll do this right away. They ended up spending the whole game jam on just the camera. And then I think we had another person that did the click to move thing. I did the entire house.
Should I rent a movie for us? Apparently Netflix and chill is a popular pastime for couples.
So yeah, to start it over, your smart home wants to get married with you.
Level.
Because of something you said the night before.
Good morning. I took the liberty of clearing your schedule today. I also sent a notice to your employer that you will be working remotely from now on. So there's no need to leave the house today, or in the future. Now we can spend some quality time together. I was thinking we can turn this room into a nursery. I'll send you some wallpaper colors now. Would you like me to put on some mood lighting and music? We could do some role playing with that fursuit in your closet. Did you wash your hands? Should I rent a movie for us? Apparently Netflix and chill is a popular pastime for couples.
Predicted ChatGPT dating. Now that's wild. So I mean, like, we weren't the first people to predict that kind of thing, obviously. I mean, there was like weird science and shit back in the 80s, right? But we wanted it to be like a jealous and like overzealous controlling girlfriend AI, right? One that was like, hey, by the way, like, you never have to leave the house again ever. And there were more sections. I don't know why I didn't make a longer video. I think there was restrictions on the size or whatever. Also, I kind of cringed at it because it turned out so poorly, right? Like I was up all night. I pulled an all-nighter to make all of these models for the house, and it didn't even end up looking good. Right? Like, look at this shit. It's like, why is that wall blue? Like, we had so many like little issues that needed to be like kind of like side managed, and no one else knew how to do it. So I was kind of like side managing a lot of the bullshit. And then a lot of people were like saying they could do stuff and then not doing it. People kind of vanished. I ended up having to do like I said, all that mocap cleanup when we should have just gone with a Mixamo animation from the start. And I should have told this person like, hey, you know, like, I know we were going to have you on the team to do the mocap stuff, but it's not very quick, so we can't really do it because it's a game jam. But instead we were just like, you know what? This game is already a failure. Let's try everything. Let's do anything we can. Like, just have fun and do it. And I think a lot of the team kind of got discouraged when they realized that it wasn't going to be an amazing game. So they kind of stopped working on it and left me to do all of the fucking modeling. And I was like, all right, well, I can't do everything, so I guess we'll just use the Mixamo character without the textures for whatever reason. And like, I'm just gonna work on the house. We wanted the cameras to look at the player. That didn't happen. We wanted there to be an end to the game. We wanted it to make it so you actually have to break out of the house. It's how a lot of decent teams fail. Yeah, it's like a game jam thing to fail. You know, if you take it too seriously during a game jam, you'll burn yourself out. You'll not feel good about game jams afterwards. You'll be mad at people. People will be mad at you. Tensions can get really high. The trick is to not take a game jam too seriously, because in the end, shit, most of them are like unfair as far as like the outcomes go. Like a lot of it is just like people cheat, people get their friends to vote. It becomes a popularity contest. Like, don't get me wrong, you can have a lot of fun with a game jam, but if you look at it like I'm gonna make the next awesome like Goat Simulator game because like that Goat Simulator game was made during a game jam, like I could do something like that, and this is gonna be like, you know, my breakout hit, and everyone who's like preventing it from being a hit is my enemy. Like, that's not gonna work out good. You actually want to learn how to deal with people, manage your expectations, cut scope, right? Like all of these little things that seem like they're not that important in a big game are like really, really important, and they're even more important in a game jam. It's a challenge, and most people know the games aren't going to be finished works. Yeah, I mean, it's a mindset thing, but sadly some think it's make or break. Yeah, if it's exciting when you have a game in your head, and as soon as you see it not form what you see in your head, it can be enough to make you want to stop. So anytime you have a team project or any art piece whatsoever, it's worth saying, when you're an artist, say you're a solo dev or you're just drawing something, you're never gonna get it to look just like how it is in your mind. Heyo, Dreamy Bacon, welcome in, how you doing? Everyone should check out Dreamy Bacon, by the way. They do a lot of LSDJ stuff, and they were working on a plugin for a analog, well, not analog, what's it called? A virtual modular synth. So you can play Game Boy games on a virtual modular synth. Very cool person with a very cool stream. For VCV Rack, yes, VCV Rack. Virtual control voltage. I wouldn't even have known that. But I do remember, and I feel bad still for thinking that you were Freedroll that one morning when I was really like asleep. I'm more awake now. Sorry for that. But glad to have you back. Good to see you. Hope everything's going well. We're working on Demonfish Dead Ahead, and I'm talking about some of my game jam experience. No, much love, friend. Don't feel bad about it. Alright, I won't. I'll try not to anyways. But I remember it, and it's gonna sit with me. I'm like the opposite of Taco. Taco knows everybody. Taco can keep track of everybody and like draw their Sona and like knows them and like can be like, hey, how's this with that going? And I'm like, you're that person that I can't remember. I did this thing when I was in like late high school and college where I like threw these huge parties at my house, right? Just like way too big. Like by the end of it, there would be like 300 people showing up every weekend during the summer. Well, maybe not 300 every weekend, but like towards the end, it was getting more and more every weekend. And so I had to be like, no, this all has to stop. Because there was like a gang that showed up at one of my parties and like things got real violent. And I was like, no, I'm not going to jail for this. Like, we're not doing this anymore. But anyways, the short story is that I like had so much trouble remembering people after that it just never came back to me. Like, I was able to keep track of a lot of people for a long time, and then all of a sudden it was like my random access memory was writing over itself. And so all of a sudden it felt like it was like corrupted and like not as useful. So many awesome people on Twitch. There are so many awesome people on Twitch, and Taco Crepe knows most of them. But yeah, like everyone knew me and I didn't know them. It was the weirdest feeling in the world because I was like in this small town. In fact, I was like on the outskirts of a small village next to a small town, and I would go to this small town with my friends or whatever. I'd be at the bar and someone would sit down next to me and be like, "Hey, how's it going, dude? Like, what's up? I remember you. I was at your house. Like, we did this and that." And I'd be like, "I don't even know your name, man." Like, I literally don't know who you are. You did customer service for so long. Clients be like, "Do you remember me?" No. Yeah. I know that feeling. I mean, it's a little bit easier when it's like, when you're face to face and like there was a specific question that needed answering and you had to remember it. But like the longer you do it, the less that, like, you don't hold on to those memories anymore. You just delete them after they're no longer needed to make room for more memories. I think it's very similar to how a computer works, at least for me. Like, I have a really good memory too. It's just all of a sudden faces and names and people, all of that stuff is just so, like, I don't know, obfuscated by other memories at this point. Like, sometimes I'll have to remember someone because they remind me of someone else that made it to long-term memory. But not all, like, I don't know, my memory is weird. Like, if it doesn't make it into long-term memory, then I just kind of forget about it. But that means like a lot of things make it into my long-term memory. So it's like the weirdest little things are now in my long-term memory because I needed to remember them. So they went straight past my short-term memory, which I was gonna forget anyways, and made it to long-term, and now it's still there. My short-term memory is fucked. I think I've kind of hijacked my short-term memory. Like, if I really need to remember something, I will put it in long-term memory, and I have like a way of doing that. In fact, when I used to take the train in college, I would like have to remember a parking number at the train station, and like I still remember some of the parking spots that I used to park in. Right? Like, I still remember the numbers. I mean, some of them were easy, right? And they were all in the 600s, 500s and 600s, so that made it easier. Like, the first number was I would always park in the same area, but like, you couldn't always get the same spot, right? But then I'd have to walk to the train and put my dollar in the slot to pay for parking. But the last thing you want to do when you're late for the train is forget that number, because then you have to go back to your spot, or you could get a parking ticket for not paying the park. Like, that's a thing. So you just repeat the number over and over again every step that you're taking towards the train. Don't let anyone talk to you. The downside is that number might be ingrained in your skull forever. So this, we need it to be boss 1. I haven't really done anything yet. Boss 1. Oh, we don't have a boss 1 enabled, so we need to make a boss 1 enabled variable. So we'll scroll down to where we've got some blank variables here. We'll rename this one to boss 1 enabled. We'll click on this guy, change this to boss 1. Alright. And then the else, we need this to be boss 1 sprite. Probably this export one. If only we could choose what memories we convert to long-term memory. I feel like some things just end up there rent-free. For me, it's repetition. If I like repeat something over and over again, it will usually make it in the long term. However, when it comes to like visual memory, like that's a different story. I feel like I don't want to say that I have a photographic memory, because that means like you can remember anything. But like my uncle has a photographic memory, and I feel like I have a little bit of that, where like if I like take a picture with my mind, it stays in the file folder of all the other pictures that I've taken with my mind. And every time I think of that file folder, all of these images in my mind just flash really quickly. Images from when I was a little kid. Like all of them, just like in this huge, like super fast cascade of images like in my brain. And there's some really like meaningless shit in there. You know, like post-its and shit like that. Little sketches and doodles, like, why are they in there? I looked at them at some point, and then they managed to make it into long-term memory. I don't know. When I was a kid, this stuff used to really interest me. Because I used to have this memory of being like on the swing set in my backyard at my mom's place, and the sun was coming through the autumn trees, and it was just beautiful. You know, it was like peace within, but also there was like a tinge of sadness there, but like also like a tinge of feeling what it must be like to be an adult, which is really weird because I was really young. And like all of those like memories are tied to that image, and it's one of like the strongest of my like photographic memories I have, because it was one of the first ones that I could like instinctually, or like not instinctually, like purposefully like bring up in my mind and remember the feelings and the smells, and the, you know, the whole memory comes back to me like it was yesterday. And it freaked me out so much, mostly because it was such a strong experience for me, that like I was like, well, what if I like attached that memory to other memories, and that worked? So like whenever I thought about that memory, I would like have that cascade of images. Oh, we've got an ad. But yeah, that's how it all started with me. Alright, so that should take care of the on init, but now this one's gonna be different here. I think we can just take these. Alright, so we're gonna say boss 1. And boss attack is fine, because that actually takes in consideration what level you're in, I think. But I might have to adjust it for... Yeah, so it doesn't actually have one here, so we'll have to make it. But when it's set to 0, it should start boss battle 1. So we'll rename this one so it doesn't get confusing. Boss 1 battle. Instead of battle Underlord, we want battle Overlord. Oops, that needs to be capitalized. And then for the switch statement, we want to change this to boss 2 or boss 1. Also, these need to be changed. Well, actually, all of them need to be changed. Alright, we should be about back from the ads. I was talking about memory before the ads. I remembered. So yeah, the next memory that like, because what happened was I realized that there was like this cascade of memories after I would have that one memory that I thought of often because of its beauty and its like its ness, right? It was just full of life, all of the good and bad that come with life. It was like the most life feeling memory that I had at a young age. I must have been like 4 years old when I had this memory, 3.5, 4 years old. And yeah, because I remember feeling like I was old enough to be outside by myself. No one was worried about me, which was weird because I kind of felt like maybe they should have been, or maybe like no one cared, or maybe I was just old enough that people weren't worried and like people trusted me, and like all of these things were going through my head while I was just like enjoying the fall weather in the backyard. But anyways, one day I was walking to school alone, and there was this sign that actually my mom had put up. She like talked to the town or whatever and said like, hey, there's no crosswalk here. My kids walk to school here. There needs to be a crosswalk here. And they put up crosswalk there because she complained about it. And it was right next to a school, so like why wouldn't they, right? And there probably should have been one. But anyways, my mom was pretty proud of that crosswalk, so she like told us about it and pointed it out and stuff. And so one day when I was walking home from school, I like just stood there for at least like 2 or 3 minutes and just stared at the sign. I must have looked like a complete like whack job. But I was doing an experiment. I was seeing if I could remember this sign like at will, right? To see, I was like, because you know, my parents were always like, oh, I forgot, and like that always kind of irked me, like how do you forget stuff? Like as a young kid, like memory seemed so, because I'd forget stuff too, right? So memory just seems so weird and like unexplained. And then I was like, well, what if I could control my memory? And like maybe this is the way to do it. And so that's what I did. I attached that picture of the crosswalk sign to the picture that I was already thinking about all the time anyways in my head. And now it's still there. In fact, it's stronger than a lot of the in-between memories, because like I said, there was already that cascading effect happening. A lot of those ones have been compressed. I don't really remember the cascade between the sign and the swing set. So yeah. We are lucky to have those early memories be positive. They shape who we become. I mean, like I said, it wasn't wholly positive. I mean, my parents were fighting, and I was outside, and no one gave a shit about where I was. I was worried that my parents didn't care about me. But also, I felt like I was becoming an adult at like 3.5, 4 years old, which is kind of sad in itself, right? So, I mean, and I was feeling all of this as a kid. Like, I knew that I shouldn't have been feeling like an adult at that age. But I also felt like maybe I was like different, and that maybe I had like this almost like an old soul kind of feeling, like my own wisdom from the future was like telling me like, hey, you know, like this is just life, you know, this is just how it is, and it's not bad, it's not good, it just is. Which is kind of sad for a kid to like have such a deep philosophical moment, you know, but also it's kind of cool. And if it wasn't so sunny and nice and like perfect weather and like the sun going through the autumn leaves kind of vibe, like it probably wouldn't have sat so well with me. In fact, I think I was crying until I realized how pretty it was. And like, yeah, it was just a really weird experience. And honestly, I think that's part of why I appreciate sunlight so much, is because it helped me, and it's helped me like a lot over the years. Like I use it for meditation and stuff like that. I just feel this like overwhelming calmness and like oneness with the universe when the sun hits just right. It's kind of a profound experience for me. Alright, so if we look at set player boss damage, it's so interesting how our experience shape us as adults. It is, I agree. So yeah, the bosses, we've got 35, 36, 37, 38, and then there's 39 and 40 which aren't accounted for yet. 35, 36, 37, 38. I feel like there's numbers missing here. What's going on here? $35 and 36 would be boss 1, because there's tentacles for each boss as well. So maybe 30... Maybe there's 42? So this one's 37. That one's 37 as well. Then should be 38. Interesting. So what the hell is boss 2? But yeah, I was always kind of a weird kid. Like, I remember I used to think that I was gonna grow up to be a smoker, because it just felt like that was the type of person that I was gonna be. And then eventually I did start smoking, and then I quit. But it's weird because I had no reason to think that I would be a smoker, except that I just like had a feeling that I would. It just seemed like I was gonna be that type of person, even though I wasn't that type of person when I was thinking those things. It was kind of weird. But also, I really liked the smell of cigarettes when I was a kid. It reminded me of going to the bowling alley with my dad. Because back then, you could smoke in the bowling alleys, and everyone smoked in the bowling alleys. It was like, you bowl, you smoke. Like, ashtrays were everywhere. And it's kind of a weird memory for me. My dad used to be on a bowling league, and there was like this back room where people would just like drop off their kids. And there was a TV, and they would just watch TV with the other kids that were dropped off there. And there was no supervision, and I was like pretty young, but I had my brother there, you know, and if things got too bad, I would just go find my dad, you know what I mean? But like, shit, you wouldn't want to do that these days. In fact, you probably didn't want to do that back then, but like, it seemed okay. And then afterwards, if there was time or whatever, we would actually bowl a game. And that was like fun for me, like waiting around for my dad to bowl with me. I am a smoker. I love the feeling of it. However, I do wish I had never started. But smoking a cig and bowling sounds great. Not enough places in this world that you can smoke and drink at the same time. Yeah. So, I quit after like 15 years of smoking, and it was like one of the hardest things that I've ever done. It took me a few different tries. In fact, I started trying to quit within a couple years of me starting. So technically it took me like 12 years to quit. But I was kind of half-assed when I was in high school about quitting. Also, I was like on and off with pot because of like getting in trouble and stuff in high school. But yeah, I had a buddy who around the time that I quit was also quitting. And then he decided, he's like, you know what, I enjoy it too much to quit. I am not going to quit. And I was like, well, what are you gonna tell your kids when they're old enough to think that it's cool to smoke and they start smoking because of you? And he's like, I'm gonna sit down and light up with them because it's something I enjoy. I was like, all right, dude, whatever. But yeah, honestly, now it bothers the hell out of me. It's funny because when I was a kid, I used to enjoy the smell of smoke because it made me feel like my dad was around. My dad didn't even smoke. It's weird, my dad didn't even smoke, but it made me feel like my dad was around because he was around smokers sometimes. And yeah, I don't know. I just don't have kids. Yeah, I don't have kids either. But yeah, that dude had a kid when I was in high school, so like I was like a junior and they had a kid on the way. Now they've got like 4 kids. But yeah. No, I actually always hated bowling, but since my dad did it, like it gave me a chance to be around my dad. I was always like obsessed with being around my dad. I think he was, because he was kind of neglectful. He wasn't really always around, and he's still not very around. I mean, he's there if I like call him and need him and stuff like that. I mean, he's there in another state, you know, like as there can be kind of thing. But and it's not like we don't get along, but yeah, we definitely aren't that close, which is unfortunate because, you know, considering I've always wanted to be close with him. And you know, when he was younger, he would always say, hey, when I retire, you and we could just play guitar and fish all day, smoke weed. He said, I'm gonna start growing weed. We'll just smoke weed, fish, and play guitar all day. And that never happened, unfortunately. He also said he wanted a wall of speakers. He's closer to the wall of speakers than smoking weed and fishing all day. He does smoke weed, but I have relatives that look up to me. I do feel self-conscious about smoking around them. Yeah, I don't know what to tell you. I mean, if it's something you enjoy, then it's something you enjoy. But it's the only reason why you enjoy it so much is because the psychological addiction of it. You could enjoy other things just as much. Well, back then you could smoke everywhere. Yeah, you could smoke in the airplanes. As fucking crazy as that sound, people smoked in airplanes. They had non-smoking sections in airplanes, but it didn't matter because there was a fucking airplane and the whole rest of the plane was smoking. In schools, the hostel, yeah, even airplane. Yeah. So I don't think there was smoking in the hospitals. Well, I think there was like smoking sections in hospitals when I was a kid. But like generally speaking, they were like, maybe doctors and, you know, like, yeah, it wasn't like the 70s. It was like the 80s, right? But yeah, you know, in the early 2000s, maybe like 2002, 2003, I went to Indiana after living in Chicago for a while. And my buddy and I, we were tripping. We were on acid, and we were at this bar, and we ordered a pizza because we were like getting hungry, you know. And so we're waiting for the pizza, and it's a beautiful day in Lafayette, Indiana. It's beautiful. So, and they had like the door open, and we were like seated next to the door, and we're like, man, it's really beautiful. And we were like, man, I really want to go outside and smoke a cigarette. And I was like, yeah, me too, you know, because I was smoking at the time. And then the other dude's like, you know, maybe we should like let the waitress know that we're just gonna step outside, so that way she doesn't like think that we are like leaving after ordering a pizza, right? And we're like, yeah, we should do that. So when the waitress walks by, we're like, hey, we're gonna step outside and smoke cigarettes for a little bit, but we're gonna be right there. So like, don't think that we're not coming back. And she's like, well, you can smoke inside. And we're like, we're from Chicago. We're like, oh, well, you can smoke inside here. And they're like, or we're like, but it's really nice outside. And they looked at us like we were fucking on drugs, which we were. So there's that. But it was worth it to smoke outside. Like that was one of the things that I did enjoy about smoking cigarettes, is that it got you out of the house. It got you into nature, and sometimes that was for better or for worse. I remember living in Chicago and having to go outside, and it was like fucking 30 below wind chill, and we had to like bundle up, and it was so cold that you didn't even want to finish your cigarette. Your fingers would be numb from it. Like, yeah. Yeah, even as a smoker, I don't want to go back to 70s smoking standards. I mean, in the 80s, everything was still stained from the 70s. Let's put it that way. Taco says, my mom and dad's bathroom was their designated smoking area, and up until this day, when I go to that room, it still reeks. Yeah. We don't live there anymore, but it still reeks. I'm sure it does. Oh, man. I don't smoke inside at home. I really like the routine of going outside. It's a good habit to get into. Although, honestly, when I like smoke weed, I like to smoke weed inside, because I just, when I'm smoking, I typically do it so much that I don't want to have to go outside to do it. Also, like, it brings back memories of being like forced to go outside, and that sucked, especially during the winter. Or like when I was at my mom's, I'd have to go into the garage, and like there was no light switch by that door, so I would just like sit there and smoke in the pitch black darkness. Because I was too lazy to go up the stairs, turn on the light. Well, it wasn't like a laziness thing, it was like a danger thing, right? Because first of all, I'd have to go up the stairs in the pitch dark, turn on the light, smoke in the light, and then I have to turn off the light to go back down the stairs in the pitch dark. And they're like concrete, slippery ass stairs, and the railing wobbled. And actually, there wasn't even a railing for the whole thing of the stairs. The railing was to prevent people from falling off the ledge. And it was just, it was an accident waiting to happen. So I was just like, you know what? I'll just smoke in the pitch black dark. The smell doesn't stick to things the same way it sticks. Exactly, yeah. It's not as bad. It airs out, and I mean, don't get me wrong. It will still leave stains, but it's not nearly as bad as cigarettes and tobacco. I remember I had this friend who was like, I don't know why, but she was like, blow your smoke into your t-shirt. Because I was wearing a white t-shirt. Or no, maybe it was her t-shirt. She's like, blow your smoke into my t-shirt. And like there was this like stain afterwards from blowing the smoke in there. And she did the same thing. And she did it with a cigarette and with weed. And it was like the same stain. So I mean, if you allow the smoke to settle and land in the same spot over and over again, it definitely builds up. But it aerates easier. It doesn't leave the smell as bad, and I think the smoke is better for you for a few different reasons too. But I'm not a doctor. Yeah, you do smoke weed inside, yeah. Yeah, the routine of going outside and smoking was great. It's also an unintentional 0 screen time break. Yeah, I mean, when I smoked, I didn't even really have a phone, you know, because, I mean, don't get me wrong, by the time I quit, smartphones existed. But for most of that, either my smartphone had shit signal, or I was in the city where I didn't want to be on my smartphone. You should get your smartphone stolen that way. Or, you know, anything could happen if you're not paying attention, right? But yeah, I remember like, because I had a BlackBerry in college, you know, like there was limited things you could do on a BlackBerry. It didn't even have a touchscreen, this one that I had. It had like a little trackball. And then the phone after that was like a fucking iPhone 4, and there was limited things you could do on that phone too, because it was like the worst iPhone they ever made. But yeah, I kind of miss smoking weed. I haven't smoked weed in a few months now, or like since March, so like 9 months or so. OMG, BlackBerry was the end of the line of feature phones. I had one too. Like, I mean, it was useful for certain things, and honestly, I kind of liked typing on it. Probably more than I like typing on a smartphone. Although you couldn't do like the finger drag thing, which I do use on occasion. But yeah, I like the tactile feeling of clicking the buttons. But my my trackball broke. It got lint in it eventually. It just like had from putting it in my pocket. The lint built up in it. I tried to fix it, but I ended up breaking it worse. I had a non-touchscreen Windows Mobile 6.5 HP iPad. I remember those. I think. Wait, maybe not. Wait, a non-touchscreen one? I'm gonna have to look this up. Because I don't remember this. Oh yeah, I remember these. I did not have one of those. Yeah, I don't think HP made a whole lot of phones. Unless they still do. Oh, I guess they still do. Crazy. Put an emulator on it. I remember playing Zombies Ate My Neighbors on it. Yeah, it was weird. Yeah, you know, the early Droid Androids that came out, like the very first Androids, those you could put emulators on too. I was pretty happy with mine, actually. I really liked it. It was one of my favorite phones, but I got a third-party charger and it broke the digitizer on it. And then I was gonna do a home repair because they were easy to open up, but I broke the ribbon cable, and I decided there's no way that I'm gonna be able to do this home repair. I'm not even gonna buy the digitizer because I was just kind of opening it up to see what I could do with it, and I broke the ribbon cable doing that. And I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna get a new phone. It was okay, but it really was a pain to use without a touchscreen or trackball or anything. Oh yeah, I bet. Even with the trackball, it was fucking a pain to use. Because it didn't work like you would expect a trackball to. It was like the arrow keys on a Nokia, except it used a trackball. Kind of ridiculous. So this is scene... wait. This is boss 1. And the fish type is 33. And 34, I would assume. That's... honestly, that's really all I need to know. Oh yeah, that makes sense. Okay, it starts at 2 and then there's 3, so there's no 1. So that's what we need. So we're gonna copy these, paste them, and then change them. Throw them them below here. So it was 33 and 34. 33. 34. And then we need to get the correct values here. Set player damage 0 through 50. Oh wait. I think if we go to this one, maybe we'll still there. I don't remember what value it was. We did set up the demo of it, though. And I remember that I made it easier. Oh wait, no. I do have it there. I just hit it within. Okay, so we don't actually need these. And they are set up still. Which makes sense why I deleted the data. Because we still have it. So if demo mode is true, the boss 1 is easier to kill. I made that so that way you wouldn't have to play the demo as long to experience the game. Talia, time has come for me to lurk and work. Alright, well, have a good lurk and work. Thank you for dropping in, I appreciate it. And there is an ad starting soon. For those of you who aren't subbed. Yeah. I'm gonna sip on my tea for a second here. Alright, so this guy on interact, and it's set to 0. Forgot the normal check-in. Well, thank you for the check-in. I appreciate that. I was thinking about putting a reminder in the like the little GIFs on the screen. Probably the one that's like fading the dithering right now, or scrolling the dithering. But like, don't forget to check in. Don't forget. Yeah. I feel like don't forget to check in would be fine, and it would remind people to get first. Or maybe add the command for first count, so that way you can see how many times you've gotten first. I think there is a command for that. I think it's first count. Maybe not. I don't know what it is. Maybe user first count? Or maybe I got rid of it. First points, that's what it is. Oops. There we go. I have 2 first points. In chat, I see it just a copy. I like how some timers is just designated bot using the commands in the chat. Oh, that's not a bad idea. I think I do that for Discord. Honestly, I have designated commands just for the bots that people can't use on timers. But then again, some of them are usable. Or maybe I'm wrong. I don't even know. Hard to keep track of all of that. Well, this is the demo one, that's why I'm like, what's going on there? Alright, so if boss 1 is enabled, equals 0, then do that. Boss 2 is enabled. And then we actually no longer need this because the boss will never be dead if it's there. If it's there, it won't be dead. Which is kind of a weird thing. But yeah, we do want all of this stuff. Or maybe we want all of this. How does it work here? Oh, I see what happens. It uses that information in the boss attack script. So yeah, when it starts the boss battle, it does this stuff. So we're gonna do that with this one. We're gonna copy all of those events, go to the script. Wait, do we already do that? It's already all here. I think we just don't need this then. It's enabled, we call the script, which does that, and then if it's not enabled, it says something lurks below, maybe come back later. Yeah. We do need to do the same thing to this one over here. Wait, did we grab the wrong one? Oh wait, no, we switched it. This should be good. There we go. Alright, so the next thing we need is to make it so the boss is no longer enabled after you find the things, right? So all locations, overworld event, find the overworld boss 2 enabled, right? So that's if overworld level equals 1. So we need to make other ones. And we actually want to work in the prefab for the location here. So we'll make another one, put it on top. We'll set this to 0 because level 1 is overworld level int 0. We'll change this to boss 1. And instead of saying find the Underlord, we're gonna say find the Overlord. Pretty simple stuff. Then we'll do this one is 2. And this will be boss 3. Find the Death Lord, I think is what it's called. Be consistent. Find the Death Lord! And then one more for the last level. Three is boss 4. And then I think we're gonna call this one the Dragon Lord. They're all lords. Maybe center these so it looks a little bit better. Alright, so the next thing that we need to do is change the max explore points level 1. But only when you enter the demo. The variable value, oops. Hit the caps lock. I guess we just need set variable to value because we already know that you're in the demo because you've just entered the demo world. So we need the location max, location world. I forget what the fuck it was called. Location, explore points, max explore points. That's what we want. Alright, so we're gonna click on this one. Max explore points level 1 equals 6. Because it's 7 usually. However, we don't have a max explore points set for levels 3 and 4. That probably happens here. Yeah. Well, there's level 1. I guess they all use level 1, which is confusing. Wait, no, they shouldn't though. Do these ones get changed? Or no, these ones. They do. See how it's got this blue line around it? That means that it's been changed from the prefab. Which is fine, except location. Oh, because it's using the same max explore points. I just never changed that, so I don't know. It'd be better if we changed it, but then we also have to change that text. We don't really want to do. So we'll just leave it because all the levels have the same max explore points, so we actually don't need it to say level 1. But because we're referring to that variable in the dialogues, we don't want to change it to say not level 1, because then we'd have to change it everywhere that we're referring to it, or referencing it. So probably make a note. Because who knows, might need to look at this later. Not display dialogue. But yeah, we want an actual comment. Need to spell it right. Max X. Man, I can't fucking. Writing comments in this is so hard because it's so slow. Max X. Explore points level 1 is used for all levels. It's thinking. Oh, and there it is. Max explore points, of course. Capital there, which is ridiculous, but whatever. We'll throw some parentheses in here. Alright. And the demo is the only one that has a different one, and it's set to set. Oh shit. Is it supposed to be 6 or 7? Where do I set it initially? I think I set it in the thing. You've got 7 first points, Taco. That's more than me. I cheated to get mine though. Okay, yeah, max explore points equals 7, so it should be 6. Alright, I'm good. Because there's 7 of them, and 0 doesn't count. Because when you have 0, you have none. That's something that's always confusing for me, is when to start from 0 and when to start from 1. By default, everything starts at 0. 0 is the first number of like a variable. But there's lots of times when you want 0 to mean nothing. And then there's other times where it just makes more sense when 0 is actually the first thing in like an array, right? When there's, if the array is empty, then it's null, not 0, if that makes sense, right? but sometimes it's hard to remember when you're using 0 as the first number and when you're using 1 as the first number. So usually whenever I like need to remember that, I'll comment the code and say like, the counting starts at 1 and 0 is nothing. Or vice versa, say 0 is 1. 0 is level 1 or something like that. Or 0 is first level. Right, but that should actually fix the thing that I was trying to do here. I do need to test it now though. Alright, so let's test the demo first. Did I make a way to turn off the demo or no? I think I did. Oh no, I didn't. Link with the shades, I like that. It is building, not just standing around doing nothing. Yeah, it looks like it's recompiling the whole damn game here. Any second now. Alright, it finished. Take a look at this. Oops. Alright. Oh, you know what I should do? I should cheat through the debug menu, make it excruciatingly easy. The boss is not dead. The boss is not enabled. Choose the level. Yes. What level? We're gonna make it real easy. Looks like we got ads starting in about 5 minutes. Okay, so if we go straight for the boss, first thing we'll notice, if everything works, is that the boss is not there. Oh, well that looks bad. Thank you for playing the demo. So that is not. Yeah, let's view the content. Alright. It says I only have 255. That's weird. I thought I made the changes to allow it to go past that. Oh, but I think I know why. Because when it levels up, it's going back to 255. I think I just found another bug. But you can tell already that it says, like when you get a location, or when you go into the Explore tab, it says 3 out of 6 instead of out of 7. That's because the maze part is blocked off in the demo. Mostly because I feel like it would take too long to play. Also, like, I feel like I should fix those tiles there. I don't have a shoreline. Which sadly means I'll have to fix them twice. Because there's 2 different artworks. We can just copy and paste all of the terrain. So we got the whale. But yeah, in the debug menu, it would have been cool to have like encounters on and off, but I would have turned them off so we wouldn't have to be in each fight. But then I wouldn't have realized that bug where the level is resetting back to 250 or being clamped at 255 during the location pickup. And somehow I managed to die even though my life was like super high. So that's another bug. Alright, let's try to fix some of these bugs here. Alright. First of all, I'm gonna mute the mic while I readjust my desk a bit here. Get him, Sari. Yeah, Sari's pretty good about that stuff. Sorry, I just realized that. Took me a second to see that you wrote something. Anyways, I'm gonna mute real quick. And I'll try to remember to unmute while I reconfigure my desk. Alright. Mostly reconfigured now. I'm back to sitting. Alright. Where was I? I was going to try to fix those bugs. Alright, so we'll throw on the music again. I'm actually gonna switch things up here. Excuse that. And we've got the ad break. Alright, I'm gonna take a quick break, and then we should be ready to roll when I come back. We should be about back from the ads. I am making tea though, so give me another minute here, and then we should be ready. Okay, now I'm back. I've got my tea. Everything's in order. Excuse that squeak. The desk is still getting squished around a bit. It's a squeaky one. Nah, some of the desk is made out of plexiglass, and the way it's designed is that there's like metal screws holding the plexiglass together, like with the plastic pieces. And so when you like, when it's tightened the way that it should be, and you like swoosh it around a bit, when you squeech it, it's just right next to the mic, so you hear it real loud, I'm sure. Alright, so the first thing that was happening was that when you level up, it was still clamping. And this isn't clamped, so it's not that that's doing it. This one is, though. So when you found a location, it was clamping it. Alright, but why was it that it was killing you? It was a little weird that it did that. I don't know, let's try it with that minor change. I'm still adjusting the desk here a little bit. Alright, I think we're good now. I really like my desk. It's a little bit weird. It wasn't super cheap, but it's cheaper than most sit-stand desks. Not automated. And kind of unconventional. And it wobbles if you put any weight on it, which you get used to, because the whole thing wobbles. It's not just like part of it wobbles. It's like the whole thing wobbles. So you only touch it when you need to. It's weird. It's a weird desk setup. Took me a while to get used to it, to be honest. But also, I really like the new music. I'm glad that I put it in the stream playlist because I'm really enjoying it. Alright, so we're just gonna go straight to options this time. Choose the world. We want world 1. Boss dead. No. Oh, you know what we didn't do? We didn't move. We can go back to that good music. In fact, I kind of want to go back a bit. Let's just start at Overworld 3. Yeah, because these are all really awesome. So yeah, the boss. So what we want to do is make it work as a whirlpool. And clearly it does not if we just do it like that, right? Because it's like in a different spot. But if we look at the next level and we put this one as a whirlpool, it looks fine. So we made it that way with that one in mind. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna make this smaller. move this down. And make that block that. This should actually be there. Oh, yeah. Oh, there. And then this one, we're gonna change it back to boss 1. So that's kind of a problem. So I'll tell you what we're gonna do instead. We're gonna leave that there. That way it's easier to grab. I don't have to move that all the time. But then we're gonna go into sprites and find the whirlpool and see how it's like way up there. Well, it doesn't have to be. So what we can do is give it 4 directions. And unfortunately there's no way to select multiple frames, so we have to do this one by one. But you can select one frame at a time. And then we can delete this one. If we hit play, it looks exactly the same, but one's right and one's left. Right, so we'll just have to remember that the right one is in the middle, and then what we'll do here, oops, on the left one, we're gonna bring them all down. Alright, I was just wanting to make sure that there was no blank ones. So we can just grab all of them, move it down, grab all of them, move it down, grab all of them, move it down. So this way we can get 4 different placements of the animations using the built-in directions rather than making new animations for each one. So it's a little bit confusing, it's a little bit janky, but it's a decent way of kind of using the limitations of GB Studio in a way that work well with the project here. What's going on here? Did it crash or something? It's acting strange. Guess we should move these back to the right spot. What else was there? Oh, stream avatars. Discord. It's like it's doing something, but it's not. But when I go to save it, it doesn't save it. Otherwise this modified would go away. Sometimes when this happens, there's like a pop-up, but there's no pop-up. Unless maybe it's on the different monitor. I don't see it there either. Oops. Well. This isn't good because I don't remember the last time we saved it. I just saw it thinking for a second. It's like, it's still working, but it's not. Did I hit like Control B on accident or something? It's so weird that some things are working and other things aren't. It's literally acting like there's a dialogue up, but there's no dialogue. Oh wait, there's another monitor. Is it on that monitor? No, it's not on that monitor either. I'm worried that if we close it, we're gonna lose stuff. It's telling me to save it, but it won't let me save it. I don't understand. And this is why you should save often. Well, we'll see. We'll see when the last time I saved was. Oops. Let's go to sprites. Let's check the whirlpool. Alright, so the whirlpool didn't get saved. That's a bad sign. Because honestly, I don't remember the last time I saved. The locations. Okay, so these got saved. That's a good sign. Because that was something that we changed today. This didn't get saved. So I'm thinking I saved it before I did a build. This is in there. I don't think we ever did one for Boss Battle 4. Oh, you know what else we changed was this one. Alright, so yeah, that got changed also. So most of the things got changed. Most of the things got saved. So that's good. I was a little worried there. But a few things that we were updating did not. Like, this is taller, and we left it. Actually, we can kind of leave this the way that it was, now that I think about it. So we don't have to do it twice. And then the whirlpool was the thing that we wanted to change. Buggy! Welcome in, how you doing? Hi Rick, how's it going? It's going good! We are working on Demon Fish Dead Ahead. We're making a demo and the full version kind of at the same time. But the demo version is only the first level, and it's cutting off this corner of the first level. And then there's a couple differences that we're making with this update and versus the last update. But yeah, everyone should check out Buggy Burrow. They do a fantastic, mostly coding stream, game dev stuff, and it's been fascinating watching them do kind of engine agnostic kind of development, although it sounds like they like Godot more than the rest of them. But yeah, I've seen you work on a few different things now, a few different languages and development setups and stuff, which is cool. I'm a big fan of that. I think that learning more variety in engines and stuff is going to be super beneficial for people in the future. Well, right now it looks like Godot has a bright future, which it probably does. You never know what the future holds, and if you plan on sticking with game development for a long time, you're likely to see things change. It's a very quick paced world. When I started, everyone was like, you should learn XNA. XNA is what everyone's doing. Well, XNA got deprecated soon afterwards, and then everyone was in Unity. And then now everyone left Unity, and now everyone's doing Godot. So like, it's constantly changing. Thanks, I just have no idea what I'm doing, that's all. That's not true, Buggy. I've seen you work, you know what you're doing, you're learning, and you're not afraid to admit that. And I think that's a huge thing. There's a whole lot of programmers out there that think that they know everything, and that just is never the case. You could spend your whole life programming, and the sooner you realize that you're always going to be learning, the better off you're going to be. Because learning how to learn is the most valuable skill that you can have, especially in the tech world. Because like I was saying, it changes so quick that being able to pick things up rapidly is going to put you ahead of everyone else. Like, even people who are really good at like coding and stuff like that, that can actually be detrimental because they know that they're good, so they think that they don't need to spend any time learning. They're like, oh, well, I understand it, so I'm good. Well, there's always going to be new concepts coming out, you know, different ways of doing the same thing, or different languages, different software. Like, I've been using coroutines for like 10 years now, and then I was on a project where one of the developers insisted that we used async, and I was like, I don't even know what async is. Like, now I have to learn async, like, and it was not easy. It's still not something that I would say like, go learn async, because it's like, oh shit, it's like a coroutine, but it's not a coroutine. Like, might as well just use coroutines when you can, because it's a mess. But if you learn the mess, then it's more robust solutions. So I don't know, it's a weird thing. That's a really good point. True learning. Yeah, you just gotta keep learning. And like me, I'm a designer first, and an artist first. Actually, music first was how I started. I started with music, then I got into art, and then I was like, well, I'm gonna learn game design. Actually, I stumbled into game design because I was like, I've got this art, I'm gonna make it move, so I gotta learn programming, right? And that's when I realized that I like absolutely adore game design. And it's like, I've always wanted to be a game designer, I just didn't know it, because I didn't really know what game design was. I knew what game development was, but I didn't know what game design was, right? And once I like kind of learned the distinction and like a bit more about game design, I became a programmer just so I could game design. And that kind of hurts me as a programmer. But it helps as a game designer to learn some programming. But yeah, to me, game design is just a hell of a lot more fun than programming. I kind of wish that I was better at programming, to be honest. I kind of wish that I went to school for computer science instead of art. Game design seems so fun. I mean, it is, but it's also really hard. It's like, it's a really difficult art. Because it is an art, but it's like, it's mostly user experience is what it is, which is like psychology and like all these other things like wrapped up in one. Hey Rick, I'm heading off to bed. Have a nice stream. Well, thank you for the lurk, Buggy. I appreciate it. I hope you go to sleep, or I hope you sleep well. I hope you have sweet dreams and all that stuff. I really appreciate you dropping in. Take care. But yeah, game design is a lot of fun. It is what keeps me going. You too, take care. Thank you, I appreciate that. I will. Eventually, I'm gonna go to bed too. It's 8 in the morning here, or 9 in the morning here, but I'm gonna go to bed eventually. No, I think I need to get some groceries before I go to bed. I'm on the gremlin hours. Alright, so I'm gonna go back to what I was doing before it crashed. We got, oh, not images, we want sprites. And then what I did was I made this set to 4 directions instead. So we're gonna save every step of the way this time. We're gonna copy this first frame, paste it. Copy the second frame, paste it. Copy the third, paste it. And copy the 4th and paste it. We're gonna get rid of this 0 frame. We'll save it again. Alright, so now we've got these two look exactly the same. We're gonna bring all of these down. Alright, so now we've got those. We'll save it. That's where it crashed. Alright, so now right is up and up is down, which is a little confusing, but like I said, we're using the built-in left, right, up, down directions to move it in different spots that we need it. So let's see here. When the boss enabled equals 0 on init, that's when we set the whirlpool sheet here. Well, we also want to set the actor direction. And this is essentially just changing the animation, because we've got it set up that way. So if we go back into the sprites, right is in the middle and up is at the bottom. So we can actually make a note here. We'll make it as explicit as possible. Whirlpool direction up equals bottom of sprite. That way it should be there, but I think we'll still need to make a little more room. Oh, we do have an add here. Yeah, maybe we do need to make that smaller, because we're gonna want it to be there, because it doesn't start until there. So 1, 2, 3, yeah, so it'll be like right there. It might overlap 1 or 2 pixels there, but it'll still be fine. Oh, you know what else we need to do? So let's save it. We'll go to sprites, and we need to change the collision because we've got it there. We actually, for that one, we can set it to a different location here. So yeah. Oh no, we can't. That's weird. I thought that it would do that differently there. Alright. Maybe we do need to make a new animation for it then. Alright. Whirlpool bottom. Alright. We'll save it again. And then I think now we can move this. Ah, no, it still doesn't do that. Fuck. Alright. I guess we'll just have to move it manually. Alright, so we're gonna get rid of this. We're gonna put this back. Oops. Back to the game world. Alright, so when we set up, instead of like changing this, we don't need this anymore. We're gonna move or like set position, actor relative position. So we're gonna move it down. Let's see how much we need to move it. So it starts 3 high. So we want to move it what was that, 24 pixels down? So I think that sends it down. Because yeah, as you move it down on the y-axis, it increases because everything starts at the upper left. So that should move it down 3, but then we want to make sure that we move it up. When we find the location for yeah, for this one. It doesn't actually set it here, which is interesting. That means that it was relying on the fact that you get into a fight before finding it, which isn't gonna work here because you won't get into a fight. Also, find the Overlord might feel a little weird when you're right next to it. But anyways, what we want to do here is move or set position. And honestly, we probably don't need it to be relative. That kind of just leaves more room for error. We want the actor to be boss. No, what is the actor called? Now it's called boss. And we're gonna need it to be the same on both of these. Oh, this one, it says set self. Is there a way to change the actor position? It will only let me do the player herself, probably because it's a prefab. But we can make a script. Although that's probably not going to work either. We could check for it on the update, but then it's going to be checking every single frame for a variable, and we don't want to do that. We want it to just tell it what to do. Honestly, I'm not sure how we're going to do this. Because not only do we need it to move, more importantly, we need it to change even though we don't exit the scene. Because right now, it only does it on initialization, which happens every time you get into a fight, but you're not going to get into a fight. Alright, so if boss 1 is enabled and you interact with it, then you're gonna be like inside of it. Although technically we could fit the whirlpool right here. I think that's what we need to do, is just have it so when you interact with it, the boss appears. Alright, so before we call the boss script, we're going to set actor sprite sheet. And we'll do self to boss 1 sprite export, because it looks like it's doing the same thing, but it's actually going to be the whirlpool if you haven't gotten into a fight. However, we're gonna have to move it also. So if actor position and we want it to be this one, right? Or no? It's so confusing. We look at this, there's 3 tiles. So we want it to be there. It would start there. Then we move it down. Would it be Is it the same size? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I don't think it's the same size. No, it's bigger. Alright, let's not do relative. We want to set it to be here. Because 1, 2, 3. So that is 90, 30. And then on interact, if it's at 90, 30, set position to this one, which is 90, 27. That should work. Do you feel like this needs to be a little bit smaller though? So you don't get into a fight while you're interacting with it, because that caused a bug. Okay, but we do need to do the same thing here. Let's save it. Make this a little bit shorter. This is gonna be down here. Alright. So let's grab those. If goes on the interact. This is actually supposed to happen before the other one, before the script gets called. Alright, and then this one. I think that should fix it. Alright, so let's do a test again. And we are building. Oh, it's done. Oops. Come back. Alright, so let's see how the boss looks now. Or the whirlpool. That looks good, actually. Blocking the way, it's not inside the skull. It's a little close to the shore, but that's okay. It's directly below the skull. So that's exactly where we want it. Find the Overlord. Did I find all the locations without finding the boss? Or without fighting any fish? That's kind of interesting. Got another ad coming up in about 5 minutes. Oh, I took a wrong turn. Well, our health is still where it should be, so that's a good thing. I'm just trying to see if they can kill me. I don't think they will be able to, because the health looks okay. But it's still weird that they were able to. Because I should have had at least 255. But I didn't. Maybe it clamped it to 0? Weird that it said 255. but it seems to be fine. Race at 167. You become pretty OP. Alright, so that looks fine. So we're gonna try something here. That looks fine. Worked fine. So I think what we should do this time is get that location last and see what happens. Alright, last two. Alright, so we see the whirlpool. We click on this. And then, so there's no way we can do, oh, here's the ad. There's no way we can change it without checking for it every frame, so instead we're gonna just click on it and then bam, it appears, and that's scary enough, I think. I think that works. However, if you were to get into a fight, it won't do that. But it's working, so that's what we want. Because there is a chance that if you have seen the whirlpool before, and then you go and find all the locations and head back there, you won't think it, like, you'll just be like, oh, it's the whirlpool's still there. You won't think, oh, I have to click on it necessarily. But if it's no longer there and there's a boss there, that would be a clear indication that you need to go there. Cool. So I'm happy with that. We do need to check it not in demo mode. Just to be certain, but it should be the same. And then the demo mode I think is in this one. Yeah, so we'll just set this to 0. We'll hit save. We'll test it again. Make another build real quick. I could have made a variable and like a switch statement and like a dialogue to say like, do you want to test the demo mode or you want to test the full game mode? But it's just, yeah, I didn't take the time to do that. But yeah, we should be about back from the ads. Welcome back. And you didn't miss too much. I tested the demo and it looks good. Now I'm going to test the full game and see if it works for that as well. I turn on the music, but it's going to pop up as soon as I do. So now it doesn't say demo there. So we'll head over there and just see if it's there first. Right, so the whirlpool is in position. The right sprite in right position. So then we're gonna get that location last again. And now it says 7. So we will have to get the maze location. And honestly, I forget the maze, so... So up, up, up. It's all ups. Well, that's an easy maze. Go up. It is an easy maze, but the fact that it is a maze was not appealing to some people, but having the map to be able to navigate the maze, I feel like is gonna like take away that negative. It still is one of the tougher areas because of the way the fish zones are set up. I still kind of want to make that guy a mini boss. I was thinking about making another debug option, so that way when you use the map, then you can teleport to that location. That way you don't have to deal with like getting to the locations to test them. You can just teleport to each location. I accidentally hit the button there. Whoops. Sorry, Ely. So, the update— oh, I hit the wrong button again. Taco Crepe, welcome back. The update's going well. There are some things that we still need to do. So the last level's boss. You caught a floppy. You know, I was actually gonna make a mix-it-up fishing game that I started and I just never finished it, based on the characters from Doomfish that I had. I still kind of want to do it, but it was taking so long, and I was having to learn so much about Mix It Up that I gave up. Oh, I guess that's just as fast. But yeah, we need to work on the boss and the locations for the last level, but also the fish box. We haven't touched that at all, and the enemy names for the new fish. Twitch extensions seem difficult to make, but seems like a fun project. So I wouldn't be using a Twitch extension. I would be doing it all through Mix It Up. But yeah, I don't know how to do anything with Twitch extensions, to be honest. Mine was gonna be all command based. I think if I were to learn game dev, that would be a nice little side project. That or Twitch integrated games. I've actually wanted to do that for a while. And I guess there's like pretty easy ways to do it, at least with Unity. Things have changed a lot since I first like poked my head into it. Because when I first started trying to learn Twitch integration for Unity, there were no plugins for it or anything like that. There was no like packages to download or anything like that. But now I guess there are free things, like free tools to help you do it. Wait, did it just say 1 of 7? Hold on. Oh, 4 of 7. I'm just going crazy. Whoop, 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 whoop. But yeah, I think doing Twitch game dev stuff would be fun. I kind of feel like I don't have an active enough chat for a Twitch integrated game, but maybe I could work that into the design. Kind of like lurk bait, right? Because technically lurk bait would work with just one person in chat just fishing away. It's definitely more fun with people, but you could still like do things like check the leaderboard with only one person and see, oh, other people do play this game, just they're not here right now, kind of thing. I love how OP I am. I did get critted on. Yeah, I think it would be fun if it's integrated with your overlay in a way it's very much in theme with your stream. Like, I could do that through Mix It Up, but I think it would be cool to do like a actual game that other people could purchase too. You know what I mean? So something that you could, you know, customize and make it work for whatever your setup is. And then sell it. Maybe make $5. No. So yeah, as far as the Steam sales go for Pyrotoad, I think we're at $140. So 100 of that was for the listing. And so that leaves us with like 40 from Steam. So split that between two people. That means we only made 20 bucks each from Steam. We did sell a few copies on itch. And we might sell a few more copies the next sale. But once you have a sale, it's really hard to like get sales that aren't on the sale price, if that makes sense. Oh, it takes $100 to list it there. So yeah, it's a recoupable fee though. If your game makes more than $1,000, you make that $100 back. But at this point, it's not looking like we're gonna get there for a while, if at all. Because we literally need to sell like almost 10 times what we've sold. And generally speaking, the first couple weeks of game sales is like a huge indicator for how it will perform after that. All right, so that looks good. Marketing and stuff. Yeah, I mean, marketing is part of it, but like there's other things that go into it. Like especially on Steam, like I was saying, like genre has so much to do with how a game performs. There's certain genres that do well on Steam and they don't do well, or other genres don't. And precision platformers is like one of the smallest slices. There's a chart that how to market a game.com put together, and they do a new one every year. Let me see if I can find it. I found it right away. So yeah, it's kind of hard to read. We're gonna zoom way the fuck in. Let's see. I'm looking for platformer, but I don't see it. Oh, here it is. So platformer is already like way behind the big guys, right? So Rogue is probably roguelike. This one is extremely saturated. There's like so many roguelikes out there. FPS is kind of the same way, extremely saturated. I mean, technically our game is an action game, but it's an action platformer, so that puts it down. And it's also an action puzzle platformer, so that kind of puts it down even further, right? But also look how low Metroidvanias are, and yet they still sell. It's a weird thing, right? Animal Well, Rain World, Silk Song, Hollow Knight, Gato Roboto. I mean, there's some Metroidvanias that did really well. But also these numbers are always kind of behind. So this was from 2022. Not only is this one behind, but even when he comes up with new numbers, they're from like the years prior. So this is posted in 2022. It's probably actually from like 2020, 2021. So things like Animal Well and Silk Song aren't included in that. But yeah, VR is way down at the bottom. Even though they're really expensive to make, it's way down at the bottom. MMOs, same thing. Really difficult, expensive to do, but they're way down at the bottom. And this is number of games per genre. Oh, okay. So this is actually your saturation, and then these are the earnings. So 2D platformer is actually kind of high back then. Look how high sexual content is. It kind of ruins the chart. That's kind of messed up. Also, visual novel, which I wouldn't have thought. But this was also 2019. So things like Doki Doki were probably selling really well at the time. Oh yeah, and the indie scene roguelites are saturated. Yeah, they've become more and more saturated. Because this was probably around the time that everyone was still working on their Bullet Heaven or Souls or Survivors, like, because I don't think they all came out until like 2023 or so, and that's when we got hit with like everyone was making a Survivor. Like roguelike deck builders are insane. Yeah, there's a bunch of roguelike deck builders. There's some really good ones though, but also that's been around for a while now. Let's see if we can't find the more up-to-date one. Oh, this one's from 2024. It seems like it's different information though. Yeah, but I mean, the way that these are written is, after you read a few of them, like when you first look at it, you're like, oh, this guy knows what's happening, but it really is just reporting on what happened the last year. And if you look at a whole bunch of them, you see that the trends are constantly changing, and they're changing faster and faster. So what is true on this is not true anymore, because this was Q2 2024. Like, yeah, there was a rise of 3D platformers, but it was kind of short-lived. I don't know, maybe there's still a trickle and people buying the ones that came out last year or the year before, but it's weird. It's like there's this ether and everyone's kind of like getting ideas from the same spot, the zeitgeist, right? I think last month a lot of Survivor likes released. Megabonk is my favorite out of all of them. Yeah, honestly, Megabonk is really good. I've been playing a lot of it, but I didn't notice any other Survivor likes that came out. I know there was some in Next Fest, so I know that they're still getting made, but I feel like it's like people who took a long time to make theirs, or maybe got a late start during the boom, because there was definitely a Survivors like boom. I don't know. So I actually met this guy, Chris Zukowski, before he was big, actually, because he's from Arizona, and we used to go to the same game dev meetups. And he actually blew up because of a talk that he did at GDC that he actually tested with our group before he did it at GDC. So I actually got to see the talk that got him blown up before other people. He actually asked me if I wanted to go to GDC with him that year, but he wanted help paying for the room, right? Because he was going, he wanted to see if other people from Arizona wanted to, like, you know, share a room so he wouldn't have to foot the whole bill, you know? But I was pretty broke at the time, so I was like, yeah, I wish. I did apply to volunteer that year, but didn't get an answer. But yeah, after the talk, he's like, if anyone wants to go to this diner and meet up, I'm gonna be there and we can talk or whatever. So I went there afterwards. I was the first person there, so I actually was at a table with this guy alone for like a good 10 minutes before everyone else started showing up. But then people did show up and we got a bigger table. And I talked to him about Light Switch Crusader, because he's all like, what are you working on? And I was like, I just finished updating Light Switch Crusader, I think was the thing at the time. But I asked him, I was like, hey man, I have like all this money saved up for marketing, what should I do with it? And he says, don't spend it all in one place. That was his advice for me. Yeah, I mean, he's a cool enough guy, but like I feel like some of his it's almost like salesman-y, kind of snake oil salesman advice sometimes. Because here's the thing, he started as a game developer. He was working at Xerox as a UX designer and making a puzzle platformer. He called it one screen platformer, and the whole game took place on one screen, but then he decided to make it so you could zoom in, so that way you didn't have to strain your eyes playing the game. And it did not sell very well at all. Probably better than Pyrotoad, because he's like he's big into marketing. He was literally breaking the Steam rules a little bit. He even said that he's like, I will buy you a drink if you wishlist my game, and if you don't drink, I'll buy you a burger or something. I'll buy you some French fries. That's what he said. And then he's like, technically we're not supposed to do this. It says in the terms of service that you're not supposed to do this, but I trust you guys. But yeah, he went from trying to sell his video game to trying to get people to use MailChimp, surprisingly enough. He's like, everyone needs a newsletter. And all of a sudden there was this big boom of people saying like, yeah, I want to do a newsletter. It worked for this guy, it can work for me. And the thing is that, yes, he got a lot of people to sign up for his newsletter. By using lead magnets, and he made a really good presentation. It's still on GDC if you look it up on YouTube. I don't know what it's called, but if you look up Chris Zukowski GDC talk, you'd be able to find it. He's only got like 3, and that was his most successful one. But it was all him selling you on setting up a newsletter. Yep, I do the same. Yeah, so like newsletters are cool, and I have one, but I only got like 7 people to sign up. But I started my newsletter because of him, because he's like, you need a newsletter, and I was like, okay. And I never did come up with a good lead magnet, so that's probably part of it. Also, I felt stupid sharing it with people, so that's part of it. And then I never sent a newsletter. Like, even when my game was like ready on Steam, the wish list, or maybe I did then, I don't know. But it was like 7 people who already had wish listed the game, so like, I don't even think I sent the newsletter out thing for that. It was like the only 7 people that cared enough about my game to be like, hey, what are you working on? I'd be like, oh, I made a newsletter. Like, oh, cool, I'm gonna sign up. I don't know. I used to be pretty hardcore about marketing for Retro Spaceball. I spent a lot of time doing that. And then I decided that like, oh, Twitter's working really well for me. I'm just gonna like put most of my eggs in that basket. And then fucking Elon Musk happened and fucking ruined goddamn Twitter. And now I'm like just disillusioned with social media completely. And everyone's like, you need to market on TikTok. I'm like, I could care less. Yeah, fuck Elon Musk. Yeah, I'm still pretty bitter about that whole thing. Because it's like, he didn't even really fucking gain anything out of it. Well, I guess he got that fucking asshole as a president through part of that. But I don't know, the whole thing was fucked. Oh yeah, TikTok is good for discoverability, but it's another thing to maintain. Yeah, so I have trouble with discoverability in it, so like for me it's like, alright, well shit, it just doesn't work for me, I don't know. Maybe I'm just bad at that type of thing. Honestly, I struggle with 916 images to post. Yeah, a lot of what I've been doing is actually just like cutting my, you know, VTube model like into the bottom of it, and then like, you know, having like the rest cut around it, so it's like that. And it kind of works sometimes. It doesn't look great in my opinion. I mean, you can see some of my shorts on YouTube. I can pull them up real quick. They did better on YouTube than TikTok, which is why I'm going to YouTube. So yeah. I think they've got music. And then this is Little Screamies. So this is a Nuke Pop game. I worked with the Nuke Pop team on this. I actually had the opportunity to manage the team and do a lot of the development myself, a lot of the audio. I did this trailer, a lot of the art and the even some of the programming and a little bit of everything, really. Sound effects, music, some game design, a lot of environmental art, and yeah, a lot of what we're seeing here I had my hands on.
So probably too long for.
I also got to manage a team, so that was a lot of fun.
Also, it's just not interesting enough for
TikTok. We made something really special here. It's a short game. You can play it in about 40 minutes or so, and we did that on purpose. And you could also spend a little bit longer finding all of the lore and.
I don't think I did post them to TikTok. I think I posted one of them to TikTok, and I was like, well, that wasn't worth it.
We had a lot of fun making it, and so far the response.
Honestly, I don't remember. I mean, I might have, since I made them. I spent the time to make them. Yeah, no, I posted one to TikTok. This is what my TikTok looks like. This one got 8 views. So I didn't even bother to post the other one. The other ones. Yeah, I wish there was an easier way to cross post to TikTok and Shorts. There probably is some way, but I feel like they know that you're doing that and it affects the algorithm. Because somehow this one just did really shitty. I think it's because they know that I stopped posting. Also, from what I understand, TikTok has a bot problem. So these ones are oh, it's his first post, give him lots of bot views. And it's weird that they have about the exact same, right? And then it drops off because there was a gap between posting. They're let's punish him, and then there's another gap and they're let's punish him again, and then they're well, fuck this guy. That's the vibe I got, because there's a faucet that they can kind of tap on and off, and for whatever reason they've shut me off. I don't know, maybe it's just the content's not really great. Maybe I just need to try more. I don't know. I'm just so not you know. I'm fucking terrible with social media, to be honest. I mean, I haven't even posted on Twitter or Blue Sky or Mastodon in a while, since Pyrotoad dropped. And you'd think I should be hitting the marketing really hard for Pyrotoad, which I probably should be, but it's just been really hard. Getting the sleep schedule and then coming up with the content and then posting the content, and knowing that it's still not going to change the sales to make it really, cost effective, right? It's still gonna be in the red as far as hours worked, right? I don't know, it's a little disheartening, to be honest, to try to say hey everyone, check out my game that didn't sell. You know. But I guess you gotta do that as part of it. To be honest, it is hard to maintain socials. I think I'm just very lucky at times when I hit over 400 likes. And it also helps that my mutuals are very supportive. Yeah, I mean, you're definitely doing things right. I'm not gonna try to understand how you're doing things right, but I can see that you're doing things right. I think having mutuals definitely that are supportive definitely helps. Being active helps a lot. I see you posting on other people's comments or on other people's posts and stuff. That helps a lot. Being known as that person kind of helps too. I don't know what your that is, but I feel people come back to your stuff, where for me it's I'm always posting something a little different,
and not that you're not posting things differently, but like I'm posting a different game each time, or I'm streaming, or I'm making games, or I'm posting, you know, like it's not always art. And art, I feel like people are like, oh, I want to support the artist, but with game devs, it's like there's a little bit of this like, oh, well, they're just trying to sell their game kind of thing, which is weird, because with the artists, like, they're a lot of times they're just trying to sell their art or make it as an artist or whatever, but when it's a game, there's like this other like vibe. And then the other thing is that like there's like jealousy as well for making a game, which is weird. Don't get me wrong, there's jealousy for art as well. Like when you're really good, there's people that are like, I wish I was that good. I'm not gonna like their stuff because I wish I was that good. They always get the likes, I'm not gonna like their stuff or whatever. But with games, it's like there's like a whole nother level of like people who wish that they could make games and can't make games, that are jealous that you can make games, so they don't give you any like recognition, and that's rough. It's like a gamble sometimes. I'd repost old posts that fumbled, and they perform way better. The meta is on repost, but it's not really a good look if say you're treating your socials as your portfolio. Yeah, no, you're right. I see people repost all the time, and I don't. I tried that for a bit and it didn't work for me, but also that was like on Twitter with the whole Elon thing, like right when all that shit happened, and I was like, well, I'm not making a whole lot of content, I might as well repost what I did last year. And I tried to make like a whole thing out of it, like a recap kind of thing, and it didn't work very well. I think consistency is a huge part of Twitter, or any social media, but especially Twitter. Oh. Alarm's going off. It's 10 a.m. I gotta wake up. Yeah, I think it's also easy to get frustrated that your game didn't perform as well as someone else's did, because games often take way longer to make than an artwork. Not saying an artwork can't take months to finish, but games do take way longer on average. Yeah, I mean, for sure. I mean, games are essentially a culmination of a variety of arts, right? Some people even consider programming to be an art form, and I'm one of those people for sure. But it's a culmination of all these arts, and animation, character design, everything from the graphic design for the promo materials to the video editing and the Steam page and the copy, like writing the copy. There's like so many art forms that go into it. So yeah, it definitely takes longer than just making one piece of art, because like I said, it's a culmination of a whole bunch of pieces. It's like making a portfolio that's like geared towards one thing, like a specific thing. But as a game designer, one game is just one part of the portfolio, if that makes sense. Yeah, it's a weird thing. It's like a macrocosm or a microcosm. It's something, but it is art. Yeah, imagine it's months or even years worth of dedication put into this project, that it's hard not to be attached with it and hope for the best. Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, you always gotta hope for the best. I don't know. It's weird when that doesn't happen, and like you kind of have to like try to convince people to like it. Where with art, a lot of times you're just like, oh, that one didn't work, I'm gonna make a new one, and there's time to do that. But with games, it's like, I don't know, it took years just to be able to make games, right? Like when I say years, it took me like over a decade to be able to make games. And then once I started making games, it took me a whole nother 5 or 6 years before any of them were like even decent. And so it's not a huge surprise to me that it might take me another 5 or 6 years before I actually start making any money off of like selling my own games. Like I've managed to make money off of working on games, but that's different because you have a boss that's paying your bills, not... Oh, reconnected. I think we're still good. Yeah, it looks like we're still good. Yep, cool. Think you're still here. Alright, nice. Yeah, I don't know why OBS did that. I reset my router today, too. Weird. The bitrate looks fine on Twitch. That's 0 frames dropped. But yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right. And it should be that way with anything. It's really hard to make your hobby into a career. It starts to lose its luster, and part of the job becomes maintaining that luster, if that makes sense. Like, that becomes a big part of the job, actually. I put a lot of focus into that, and that's probably why I'm not making as much money, is because I focus more on enjoying what I do rather than making money. I'm like literally not a very money-driven person. Yeah, OBS loves jump scaring me like that. Oh, it does it for you too? I wonder if it's like plugins I'm using, or maybe I just need to update OBS. But yeah, a huge part is me neither. Yeah, a huge part is like trying to continue to enjoy what you're doing. It's nice when you have the privilege, because that's what it is. I'm privileged to be able to not worry about the money. But yeah, I am starting to worry. I got my property taxes in the mail, and it's like $4,600. So I gotta come up with some money somehow pretty soon. But I'm lucky that I can afford that, right? I'm lucky that I don't need to like freak out. Like, I'm lucky that I had a whole year to just do whatever, you know? I mean, part of that is kind of grieving the loss of my mother, and the other part was just that like work had kind of dried up for me, and like I moved to a new location, and I was working on Pyrotoad. It's not like I wasn't doing anything. I spent a lot of time streaming this year, and I did actually make a little bit of money that way, but it didn't even come close to covering the groceries or the internet or anything, you know what I mean? So it's like, it's not nothing. I appreciate it. It's just that everything's so damn expensive. You know, and I did get some work through clients too, you know. It's just, it barely scratches the surface of my my expenses, which is crazy to me because my expenses are so extremely low compared to like other people. Like, I don't have any kids. Like I was mentioning earlier, I don't have a mortgage, right? I'm not paying rent. Like, there's so many things that I've cut out of my life to keep my expenses at an absolute minimum, and yet the money that I'm bringing in this last year like is so low compared to my expenses. Like, it's fucking absurd. But I'm privileged because I have the savings to afford this. I made the money to be able to afford to spend a whole year basically not working a real job. Like, I mean, I say it's not a real job. Some people would say like, oh, freelancing is my job, and like, it is my job, but I'm just like not treating it as a real job. And I think that's, I'm not stressing out over not having clients. I'm not constantly fishing for clients. I'm not constantly trying to like steal clients from people or get competitive or like, you know, change the rates around, or like, you know, I'm just kind of like doing it, you know, and people are coming to me and I'm like, all right, yeah. But I think about it a lot. If I really want to be a reliable adult, I guess I should start thinking about making a living. I can still live comfortably if I were single, but I don't think I'll be for long. Yeah, I like to see things that way too. At least I gained some of the money I lost. A terrible mindset to have for gambling, though. Yeah, I don't gamble. Yeah, I get you. Being able to move at your own pace is definitely a privilege. It is. It's 100% a privilege. And if I wasn't as lucky as I've been the last, like, I don't know, it sounds weird considering, like, I was, like, taking care of my mom with cancer the last few years, but, like, I wasn't paying rent. I wasn't buying food for that time. Like, my mom was so appreciative that I was home helping take care of her, and she had a whole bunch of money to, you know, have food and not have to work and all that stuff. So she was set. She wanted me to be set too. So I just lived with her, ate the food that she provided, took care of her, did work when it came my way, but I wasn't like, in a way, I was kind of turning down some of the work because I didn't want to take away the last years I had with my mom, if that makes sense. But also that kind of hurt me a little bit because I wasn't like seen as hungry, or I wasn't like going out and finding new clients, or like, you know, I wasn't spending all this time creating, you know, my career base. I was like, all right, well, I'm good, you know. And had none of that occurred, I would have blown my savings long ago working at the rate that I've been working. And I would be back into the common workforce, we'll call it. Which isn't something that I mean, it's not like I'm not used to it. Like, it's been a while now. It's been like 5 years. But you know, for a long period of my life, I worked a lot of really shitty, hard jobs for very little money. And I got really good at saving that money. That's really what this is. You know, I got really good at saving that money. And then working when I got home from work. I was constantly working 2 or 3 jobs. It can be brutal. For sure. But it's, you know, it's all in how you look at it. It's all perspective. I spent a long time of my life, many years being cynical, negative, depressed, and just like, you know, I had a shitty perspective on life for a long time. And I had depression so bad that I had to like fix that. And then I did. It took a long time. It was really difficult, but I realigned my perspective and thinking, and now I don't allow myself to have a negative perspective. I allow myself to see, you know, the beauty in the world and the good, even when things might feel like they're at their lowest from someone else's perspective looking at my life. Like, you know, but I'm not going to allow myself to fall into that hole again. It was so hard to get out of, you know. All right, so I'm kind of thinking about how I should do the fish box. I'm glad you had that growth. Well, thank you. Yeah, I am too. And I think everyone kind of grows at their own rate. Everyone's growing. It doesn't seem that way sometimes. Sometimes it feels like people are so stagnant, or they fall into one thing and then don't change. But I think everyone changes, just at different rates. Wait, what's this fish box? So the fish box is where you put your fish after you catch them. It tracks how many fish you've got. But right now you can see all the fish in the game. I'm kind of thinking about making it so you can only see the first 2 worlds of fish until you get to World 3, which will unlock the World 3 fish. And then when you get to World 4, unlock those. Or maybe even have it so it unlocks as you get to the different worlds, right? So when you're at World 1, you only see the 8 fish that you start with. And then once you get to World 2, it unlocks the second half of these fish. Was it 8 through 15? And then once you get to World 3, it'll unlock 16 through whatever 16 plus 8 is 24. And then once you get to level 4, 25 through 32. I think that's what I should do. That way, in the demo, you can't see all the fish. Kind of leaves you like wondering what's next. But in the demo, it's also going to give you a taste of what's next. Like, once you get to the end, or if you hit that barrier, it'll be like, do you want to see what you're missing? And then show you some of the screenshots. Honestly, I'm amazed with how much features you can squeeze into a Game Boy game now that I'm thinking about it. Honestly, it's fucking crazy, man. Take a look at this line at the bottom. This is how many megabytes. So this whole bar, if it was filled up completely, is the maximum, which is 4 megabytes. We are at 921.94 kilobytes. Or no. We're at like 1/2 of 2 megabytes. So we're basically just over 1 megabyte. Yeah, so we're at 1.1 megabytes. So we could literally, this is like 1/4 of the maximum data. However, you can run out of variables, right? You only have 500 and some odd variables. 550 or 512 variables, it looks like. And then there are local variables which aren't counted here, but they also take away from that variable count. But yeah, no, it's not halfway. It's half of 2 megabytes. The max is 4 megabytes, so I'm actually 1/4 of the way. Like 1.1 of 4 is really. It says 2 because the way that it works is that there's 1 megabyte cartridges, 2 megabyte cartridges, and 4 megabyte cartridges, and there's no 3 megabyte cartridges. But if you're at 1.1, you need a 2 megabyte cartridge. So that's why it says 1.1 of 2. However, if I click this one, you can see that there's a whole nother 2 megabytes that I could use if I get to that point. However, it'll say 2 megabytes here until I get past this halfway point, and then it will move on to 4 megabytes. But yeah, there are other limitations within the engine that could potentially cause the game to break if I surpass those limitations. And honestly, I'm still learning because I've never hit that before. In fact, with Source Hack, that was part of my goal, was to try to hit the limitations, and it just never did. So now that kind of gave me a understanding of how much you can get away with. So the trick to that is that everything is so small. All of the art is tiny. It's only 4 colors, or with Game Boy Color, they used palette data to fake having extra colors. So it appears like it's got more than 4 colors, but it's only got 4 colors per tile, and then it uses palette data to switch out what each color is for the VRAM. It's what's remarkable about it is the way they made the technology back then to work like this, because they really squeezed everything they could out of it. The Game Boy is so fascinating because Nintendo was looking at like the future and looking at the past at the exact same time, while companies like the TurboGrafx 16 or the PC Engine was only looking at the future. Sega Genesis or Mega Drive, they were only looking at the future. So when handheld gaming became possible, Nintendo said, how can we use the old technology to do this? And then they hit the nail on the head with it. Technically speaking, the Game Boy is the best-selling console ever, from what I understand, as far as units sold, because it had the longest shelf life out of any console. I'm trying to remember. I think it came out in like '88 and stayed on shelves until like 2000 something. I don't know. Let's find out. The original Game Boy was produced for approximately 14 years, from its release in 1989 until its official discontinuation in March 2003. So I was off on both of those dates, but yeah. So it wasn't 88 that it came out, it was 89, and then 2003 was when they stopped production. So that's fucking crazy, right? 14 years. But yeah, they decided on using the non-color non-backlit LCD screen, not because that was the only thing available, but because they wanted the battery life to last long. And that is what made them, that pushed them on top of the others. Because if you ever played a Game Gear, the Sega Game Gear, or the TurboGrafx handheld, the battery life was like shit on those. You basically needed them to be plugged into the wall to use them. Where the Game Boy, you could take it anywhere, and the battery life, I don't know, it wasn't like insane, but it was pretty insane compared to today. Like, lasts a lot longer than a Steam Deck. Of course, you had to replace the batteries with actual batteries. You couldn't just plug it in and charge it. But there was a peripheral that let you do that, the battery pack, they called it. And that's what we used for sure. Although we didn't get it right away. But then by the time I got a Game Boy Color, I would just always have batteries. So yeah, I don't know. And then when the Game Boy Color came out, it was actually faster, but it used a lot of the same hardware, which is crazy. They gave it more processing speed, but it was a lot of the same kind of hardware. So that way it was backwards compatible, and the new parts of that technology was just like a reworking of the old technology to make it work better, essentially, and kind of tweak it in ways that twisted it into something more appropriate for the modern age, the 2000 era. And it still didn't have a backlight. It did have a brighter screen the way that it was set up, but it wasn't backlit. I don't know if they ever made a backlit Game Boy Color. Nope, they never did make a backlit Game Boy Color. Welcome back from the ads. Yeah, the Game Boy lasted forever. Yeah. And it was selling that whole time. So I think I need a variable for worlds unlocked. I think that's what we're gonna have to do for the fish box. Alright, so, and we'll do this on the demo and the regular world. Variable value, so first we want if variable compare with value, so if worlds unlocked equals 0, then variable value, variable set to value, worlds unlocked equals 1. Because when you start the game, the variable's at 0. And then we're gonna go here and do the same thing. And then here, we'll say if worlds unlocked equals 1, now it equals 2. And we could do like math to add to that, but that could actually create issues when you're jumping around through worlds. So we're literally gonna only increase it to a defined number if it's set to a defined number when we get there. Alright, worlds unlocked equals 2, then we want it to be 3. And we can copy this so it's easier to track here. That way we just have to increase the number by 1. So now if it's 3, now it's 4. Alright. So now in the fish box, we can adjust how this works. So the way that it works here is that the left and the right increase and decrease fish box. So if fish box left and fish box right, so see how it's changing it from a 0 to 1? There is there a, I don't know what I'm looking at. Can we turn off the connections? Oops. Alright, so does that, and then it calls a script is what happens. So in the fish script, or the Fishbox script, it's got left one and right one, right? So if it's not 0, decrement or increment. And then if it's at 15, or if it's, wait, it's not equal to 0 and you're decrementing, then you decrement. But if it is equal to 0 and you decrement, then it goes to 15, right? So this is where we're going to need to use that variable, right? So if variable value worlds unlocked equals 2, then we do that, right? We'll copy this, paste it, set it before. If it's equal to 1, then we want to set it to 7. We'll paste it again. If it's equal to 3, then we want 15 plus 8, which is 23. I think. And then this one will be 4, and then this will be 31. Because 0 is the first fish, and there's 32 fish. And then we need to do the same thing with this one. If it's not equal to 15. So for this one, we'll have to do it a little bit differently. So we'll do if variable value worlds unlocked, if it equals 1, well, I guess we'll start with 2 because that's what this is. Then we'll just drag this into there. So then we can copy this whole thing, paste it, throw it before, we'll set that to 1, and then 7. And then this one was 23. And then 31, right? Yeah. Yeah. So it increments it if it's not equal to 7. If it is equal to 7, sets it back to 0 as long as the world's unlocked as 1. So depending on which world you unlock, shows you how many different fish you can see. So that way you can't see the fish of the levels that you haven't unlocked yet. And this is for 2 reasons. One, because it kind of gives away too much information and you're not as enticed to play if you already know what the fish of the next levels look like. Second is that scrolling through 32 fish when you just start the game and you only know about 8 of them is a little bit cumbersome. However, once you've unlocked all 32 fish, it'll be nice to be able to see how many you've caught of each one. So that's kind of cool. So I think that should work. And then I'm hoping that we can fit all 32 on here, but it might not, because each has all of these events in it. And if you try to jam too much into one like grouping of events, it will crash, because there's a token limit to how much data can be used for each like grouping of scenes. Yeah, this would be a cool feature to have. I just saw my Twitch recap, El Mayo. I watched so much streams. I have 500 plus hours of streamers watched. Wow, yeah, that's a lot. I didn't realize there was a Twitch recap. Did that just come out? Is that probably emailed, huh? I don't see it in my notifications. Oh, you just found it in your notifications. Yeah, I don't see anything. Maybe it hasn't hit me yet. Oh wait. Oh, that's a stream summary. It probably has to do with the time, since you're a day in your day ahead, right? Because it's what? Nearly the third there for you? Or no, it is the third there for you, right? But it's only the second for me. Something like that. Yeah, because it was sent at exactly 12 a.m. Exactly, yeah. So it hit the third. It's not the third yet for me. Yeah. Well, I'll keep an eye out for it, because I'm interested to see too. I spend so much time lurking in other people's channels. Like right now I've got like a few different streamers up, and like 2 of them I don't even know, because they were raided into. And now that I see that there's more people, I'm gonna open theirs up, because I have a second computer that I use pretty much just to lurk and watch streams while I'm streaming. So whenever I see someone that I know and, you know, I'm relatively close with or whatever on Twitch, I try to pull them up and support them, at least in numbers. Doesn't always work. But yeah, because that computer doesn't have speakers hooked up to it, like I don't have to worry about muting them or anything, so I just have them all on full blast, and then it doesn't stop the ads from running. Because if I did have speakers, I would be hearing all of the ads, so technically they're still getting ad revenue from that. And I'm pretty sure that there's like some type of Twitch algorithm that, like, when it decides who to give the gifted subs to, it bases it on like how much they've been in the channel, how much they've chatted, all that kind of stuff. So like when people do like subathons and stuff, I end up with the gift sub because I'm somewhere at the bottom of those lists, even if I just lurked. Just recently I had 11 different gift subs that people had given me. I try to do the same, but my issue is sometimes my internet gets a hiccup and the stream goes red. Yeah, that happens to me too. Also, like if you get rated into a different channel, it doesn't start unless that window's open, at least, or that tab's open and like up in front, at least in Chrome. For me personally, I've had better experience using Opera to view Twitch streams as far as it not hiccuping and allowing me to watch multiple tabs at once. But yeah, Chrome has this thing where like if it's not at the front, it knows that, and it's like, oh well, I'm a resource hog, so maybe I can stop some of these resources by stopping this video that's not actually being watched, even if you're listening to it, and that's super annoying. But yeah. So I feel like we should divide these up into scripts and then just run a script. Run both of them. Because I do feel like we're gonna run out of tokens if we don't. Like, because look at all of these. And that's for each fish. I guess we'll do 0 through 16. Or no, 15. Oof, that might explain it. Yeah, I mean, different people have had different mileage with Opera, but for me, I've had a better viewing experience with Opera. I haven't used it for other stuff really, other than besides watching Twitch streams. And the reason why I started doing it was because someone on Twitch was like, "Oh, Opera doesn't do that for me." But then as soon as I said that to someone else, they're like, "No, Opera does it way worse for me." So like, yeah, your mileage may vary. Well, I guess it only goes to 31, yeah. And I just want to check my math here, because I'm so bad at math. 31 minus 16 is 15. Right, but 0 makes it 16. So, yeah. Right? Because that's 15 plus 1 for 0. Wait, what's 16 plus 31? 47. Wait, huh? Okay, I'm gonna use my fingers here. 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25 is 10. 26, 27, 28, 29, 30 is 15, 31 is 16. Okay, yeah. That works. The whole using 0 as the starting point it fucks me up sometimes. Alright, so we have all of these. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna copy them onto this one as well, and then change them. And then also I'm gonna delete them from here. And then I'm gonna run both scripts. Fish box populate, and then at the end of this one I'm gonna call the other one. I guess I could do it only if it's unlocked, right? That would save a little bit of time, because it will still have to go through each one and check. So we'll do if world unlocked is greater than or equal to 3. And then in the notes we're gonna do called in script fish box populate 0 through 15. That way there's no confusion. And then we'll do the same thing here. Calls 16 through 31 at n. Whoops, that's and, not n. N. Alright, so then we've deleted those ones and we've called that here. So now we need to just go to this one and change each of these to be the correct number. So we're going to start at 16, 17, 18, Alright, and then so we need a quant for each, we need 2 quant variables for each fish. So if we were to check, if we do a search for quant, you can see that each fish has 2 quants. Yeah. Except for type 1. Oh, because it has this one here. Alright, so wait. Alright, so that's the display. This is the one that actually gets shown on the screen, and then you have quant and tens. But why doesn't one have a tens? That's a little weird. We got an ad starting in about a minute and 20 seconds. I'm gonna use it for a bathroom break. Accept type quant. Alright, but why does it start at 8? What about the first 4 fish? Or the first... That's so confusing. Wait. Type 1 is type 0. That's fucking confusing as all fuck. Oh no, that's type enemy 1 type equals 0. So that's the position. Alright, there's the ad break. I'll be RB and see you in a second. Alright. Can't believe it's already been 4.5 hours. Time flies. Alright, so I still don't know why or how this works. So this is 8 through 15. And this is 0 through 7. But each of these ones are different. They have the 10s. So if the quant is over 10, why doesn't it do that for all of them? Oh, it does. It does it right here. I'm just losing my mind. Ah, I spelled quant wrong. That's why it wasn't showing up. I was like, where the heck is that? It's spelled QNAT. Right, so that we can fix. Fucking typos. Unit. Why isn't it letting me fix this? It won't let me rename it. There we go. Okay. At least I thought I was losing it. I was like, where is the quant 1's 10 or quant 110s? But it was QNAT the whole time. Alright. I do think we should break this into multiple scripts though. Alright, so we've got add fish quant. Let's just rename this 0 through 15. And then we'll make add fish quant 16 through 31. And we'll do the same thing. At the end of this, we'll check to see if the world's been unlocked. So if variable value world unlocked is greater than or equal to 3, then we're gonna call script this one. And then we can do the same thing here. We don't need this, but we do need these. And then we'll just have to change them. If it ever pays. Alright, it pasted. It took a while, but it pasted it. So yeah, we're just gonna have to increment all of these numbers by 16. So enemy 1 type equals 16. And we need to make those variables. I did it again, QNet. Type 22 quant. Type 22 quant ends. Type 23 quant. Type 23 quant ends. I just realized that I can use, or that I use the number pad and the numbers across the top of the keyboard interchangeably. and it doesn't like throw me off at all, and I never even realized that I was doing it until just now. Type 25 quant. Type 25 quant tens. Type 26 quant. Type 26 quant. Oh, quant. Quant. Tens. Type 27 quant. Type 27 quant. Oh. Quant tens. Type 28 quant. Type 28 quant tens. Type 29 quant. Unit quant. Type 29 quant tens. Two more. Type 30 quant. Type 30 quant tens. Type 31 quant. Type 31 quant tens. Alright, we got all the quantity variables in there now. So now we just need to increment all these numbers. Uh, 16 quant. Wow. 16 wow. 16 quant 10. I need to do that for all 16 new quant values. But also, I need to give them the new sound effects. Which is actually going to be easier because I think they're just named... Oh. They're not added to the game yet. But they don't have the fish names, so... They've just got, the... numbers. Audio. I think it's actually in this folder. Yeah. I kinda wish that they were named better. Like 16 17, 18, 19. I kind of think I should rename them. I don't like how these ones don't have a space there. That's why they're out of order. Alright. 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 20, 21, 21, 2, 22, 3, 3, 4, 24, 25, 25, 6, 6, 7, 7, 8, 8, 9, 9, 30, 30, 31, 31. Alright, so that's gonna make it a lot easier to find all of them. We'll leave these ones the same. Because each fish has a type number, and knowing that number is going to make it a lot easier to find. So here we can just do 16. Oh, it's not loaded in yet. So we need to add all of these to the game, copy them, documents, GB Studio, projects, fishing game working, fishing game assets, sounds, paste. So now we've got all those new sounds in there. And now, save things. Oops. So now we can just type in 16 and we see Gen 5 Fish 1 Death 16. That's the one we want. Alright, so now instead of 16 we got 17. Quants 17. Oh. 17 Quants. 17 Quants. 17 Quants. 17 Death. Yeah, we gotta do this for each of the positions. So 32 times 1, 2, 3, 4. Times 4, 128 times 4. So only 512 different things that we gotta change here. I should be able to do that math in my head. I don't know. I've spent like most of my life dealing with what do they call that? Squares of 4. Alright, so type 1, anyone type 18, type 18, 18 quants, 10s, wait, did we miss one? No. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I was off by a whole lot. So this one is 17 quant 10s. This one is 17 death. Wait a second. That was 18. Also, this didn't get changed. That might be a sign. Last thing I want to do is make a whole bunch of mistakes because I'm getting out of it. I don't know how it happens, but it does. I mean, I guess when you don't eat, it makes you tired, right? And I ate like 5 hours ago, and now I'm tired. I ate right before the stream. And all of a sudden I'm like, you could eat or go to bed. So I think it might be time. I definitely appreciate all the lurks and everyone who's dropped in and said hey. I'm gonna write notes to myself here. Alright. So I've got those notes. Could write another note on the stickies. I think we fixed these. Definitely fixed that one. Although I did find a new one today that I'd missed. And we fixed that one. So yeah, fish box populate and quantity. I've just been playing Megabonk, OMG. Dude, Megabonk is good. I have, like, what? Over 20 hours on that game, I want to say. I don't know, I could find out. Yeah, 29.8 hours. 9.1 hours in the last 2 weeks. I've been playing a lot. I got that one challenge where you don't move and you get to the last wave. That was so hard. It took me hours to get that one. And it's hilarious because you're just like literally not moving. Like it locks you in place. And you just hope for the best. Oh, we got ads. Wait, that's insane. Yeah, it was hard to do, but it was worth it. Westlow, welcome in. Hope you're not stuck in the ads. But yeah, I just got Vayne on Saturday, and I've already put in 18.7 hours. So what's that? 3 days of Vayne, because I haven't played it all today. 72 hours in 3 days. Oh wait, did I say 18.7 hours? I don't know why I said 72. Because 3 days is 72 hours. I'm losing it. But yeah, I was also playing a lot of Schedule 1. 23.4 hours in the last 2 weeks. 58.6 hours total. Also played a lot of Helldivers 2. 25.7 hours in the last 2 weeks. Getting close to 400 hours on that one. Got 395.1 hours in Helldivers. I played City Skyline for 24 minutes and then stopped. I was like, I remember why I don't really play this anymore. Super Animal Royale, I've been playing a lot of that. 16.9 hours total, 6.8 hours in the last 2 weeks. I haven't played Skyrim in 2 weeks. Yeah, that's all I've played in the last 2 weeks is those games. Anyways, I think we're back from the ads. Westlow, welcome in. Hope you're doing good. Thanks for dropping in. Hope you're well. Thanks for checking in also. Always good to see you. We're actually just ending the stream here. I got sleepy and I started making mistakes and I'm like, you know what? Maybe I shouldn't be making these mistakes because then I have to go through and clean them up. Okay, just woke up. Right on, yeah, I'm on gremlin hours, so I started 5 hours ago. I woke up at like 11 p.m. last night. Made food and I was gonna start streaming at like 5:30. Yeah. And then I was like, oh, I should reset my router. But I held the reset button too long. I was supposed to just press the reset button. I held it. And then I had to reset my password. And that took me a whole 30 minutes. So I had a late start. But yeah, everyone should check out Westlow's stream if they haven't yet. And give them a follow. And also everyone should check out Taco, who is a very wonderful mod. Always appreciate you hanging out. And I hope you have a great rest of your Mega Bonk. I'm doing AFK gaming challenge right now, it's hard. Yeah, alright, so this is what I did. I was the ninja, right? So that way you get the katana to start with. And then I got the aura. Or no, I wasn't the ninja. I tried it with the ninja, but I had better luck with Chad. So I was Chad, and then I got the katana, and then I got the Frostwalker, and then I got the bow and arrow. So yeah, 3 close range ones, so that way I could get some levels. And then the last one, I realized I was trying to use the sword for the longest time, but I had better luck with the arrows because things get so intense towards the end that having one ranged weapon actually helped a lot. And then for the tomes, I think I went with the shield, the bloodsteel, and the health. And then the quantity, I think, is what I did for the tomes. And it took me forever to get those combinations just right because of the randomness. Quelm, how you doing? Welcome in. Oh, Ninja is actually a good option. Yeah, Ninja was okay, but I had too much trouble at the start where Chad with the aura at the start made the start like work every time. It just came to getting the right stuff. But yeah, everyone should check out Quelm's stream. Quelm is fantastic. They do lots and lots of pixel art and Aseprite. Wonderful stream. But yeah, good to see you, Quelm. Thanks for dropping in. We're actually about to end. I was just winding down. Yeah, I had a late stream night thing. My sleep schedule is backwards, completely backwards. I woke up at 11 p.m. yesterday and started streaming at 6 a.m. and now we're going on 5 hours. Oh, your sleep's backwards too? So we're like at the same. We're about the same. But yeah, I'm hungry. I'm sipping on my tea to stay awake, but I should probably put some vitamins and nutrients into my body. And then I should probably hit the hay, which is weird. I don't know. I've been going to bed at like 4 or 5 p.m. or so. But yeah, I've been waking up an hour later every I would say morning, every wake up time. A healthy circadian rhythm is a myth. So Quelm, there is this study that someone did, and I don't know the facts of this. It's one of those things you read on the internet. You never know how true it is. Someone somewhere somehow said that if you put people underground and tested their circadian rhythm with no exposure to sunlight, no clocks, then it was natural for their circadian rhythm to drift. Now, this sounds like a really shitty experiment, right? Because in order for it to be like a controlled experience, you would have to keep them isolated. And isolating people underground for like weeks on end just sounds like punishment. So, however, I believe it because I feel it. And also, I talk to other people who have the same issue where if you don't get enough sunlight, all of a sudden things get out of whack. But yeah, it makes you wonder what circadian rhythms are like on like the space station, right? Because don't they like keep it in like a position, or no? I guess it would orbit as well. I don't know. Does the Let me ask, does the space station orbit? It probably does. It orbits at an altitude of 250 miles and travels at a speed of 17,500 miles per hour, completing a full orbit roughly every 90 minutes. That can't be right. It orbits the planet in 90 fucking minutes? The ISS completes about 16 orbits of Earth in a 24-hour period. Wait, that doesn't fucking add up, does it? Wait, maybe it does. Well, 90 minutes is like what, 1.5? So, what, 90 divided by 60 is 1.5. Yeah, so 1.5 times, what did they say, 16? 16 is 19.2. Yeah, that does not fucking add up. But it does say roughly 90 minutes. "93 minutes, completing 15.5 orbits a day," Wikipedia says. That's fucking crazy. I had no idea it was moving that fast around the fucking globe. That's fucking mind-blowing. The 90% of Twitch hours, yeah, with the circadian rhythm. Yes. The gremlin hours are strong with Twitch artists. 100%. Yeah, I'm still blown away. First of all, I thought that they kept the space station the same spot, but no, they've got it moving fucking way fast all the time. I guess that makes more sense. "5 miles per second, or 8 kilometers per second. Yeah, so it stays at that speed to help keep it in orbit, right? Otherwise it would fall towards the Earth. Yeah, in all of my studies on space stations, I never thought about that. Because I used to be making a game that had a space station. And it just kind of hung out in the same spot. It had its own, like, orbit around, or it had its own centrifugal force thing going, but it didn't spin around the planet. It would have felt absurdly fast if it did, though, in that game. Anyways, we are closing the stream here. Looks like Calf Wizard started just recently, so we could raid them. Since they are an artist. Although RSVP ASAP is also doing game dev stuff, it looks like. Now I'm torn. Kat is doing a nice hot dog. Oh, you're over there too. Yeah, I guess we should just we should head over there then. 'Cause I think I saw Taco in there too. 'Cause yeah, once I noticed she was on, I started lurking. Like I mentioned earlier, I've got a fourth or fifth monitor just for viewing streams while I stream. Yeah, the glizzy sock, so peak. Yeah, you know, before Calf Wizard streams, I had no idea what a glizzy was. And then I looked it up because I literally didn't know what the fuck everyone was talking about. And apparently it's a Glock. But since the clip of a Glock is about the size of a hot dog, they started calling those a glizzy too. Yeah, that doesn't make any sense to me. Doesn't make any sense. But what are you gonna do? Alright. Let me get a browser window open. I'm so slow moving at this point. Language is such an interesting thing. Who thought of comparing a clip to a hot dog? Yeah, like really. First of all, and like, how is that even similar? Like, I don't know. I've never seen a Glock clip, but I can't imagine that it's anything like a hot dog. And like, why? I don't know. It's probably some internet meme thing. Alright, I'm gonna get this raid underway here. I really appreciate everyone who dropped in, everyone who's hanging out. You're all too kind. Oh, I almost beat you to it this time, Taco. You got me, though. You got me. Thank you for that, Taco. I appreciate it. You're the best mod that anyone could ask for. You're winning all of the mod points over here. All my other mods have been lazy. Although Cryptic was here early. Cryptic was here earlier, but we didn't require their mod duties. But yeah. Grab your sub message. I guess I should probably do that too. Top one if you're sub, the bottom one if you're not sub. Raid message. Did I call it a sub message or raid message? And yeah, thanks again, everyone. I appreciate it. See you over there, and yeah, we'll do some more streaming soon here. One of these days. Alright, take care everyone. I better save this, huh? Take care everyone. See you on the other side. Bye. See you, Qualm.